Hemodynamic monitoring, whether it is advanced or basic, is very, very crucial and important. Whether you are conducting simple case or complicated case, either it is a minor case or major. Those who have taken hemodynamic as a taken for granted, I have heard that they have lost the cases even they are conducting minor cases like TL, MTP or traction. So hemodynamic monitoring and action according to it is very, very crucial. This is our first advanced hemodynamic monitoring seminar, and I think I wish we all of us will enjoy this 3-hour seminar, and please keep your attention to this 3-hour seminar. We have legend faculties like Dr. Suresh Ram, Dr. Kamlesh Taylor. So feel free to ask anything in between or after the session. Now I will request dignitaries to be on the stage and have their seats. Dr. Chirag Joshi sir, who is our director and transplant surgeon, Dr. AHMEDABAD sir, Dr. Suresh Rao sir, Dr. Kamlesh Taylor, and Dr. Kamal Shastri sir. Please have their seats on the dais. Now I will request Dr. Mehta sir, please take over the mic and for further session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, and my juniors, students too. This has been, I know Naman since very long, and Dr. Naman had always had that desire. Transesophageal echocardiography and hemodynamics, that was his first love. That's what he always used to tell me when we were working together since like 20 years or 25 years ago. So, and now it is the need of the day that we talk about hemodynamics more seriously, and that too, advanced hemodynamics. I'm really happy that it is his brainchild to have this sort of seminar at Mehta Institute of Cardiology. I'm very happy to see that it is seeing the light of the day. And why don't you be there? But before we start our actual seminar, our lectures, our education, our knowledge, let us all invoke blessings of Goddess Saraswati by lamp lighting. So may I invite all the guests to come forward and do this honor of lamp lighting in the name of Goddess Saraswati, for the education, for the sake of creativity, for the sake of music, for the sake of humanity.
Very good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for coming and joining on this academic session. I just came to know that I thought that initially we kept this seminar only for UNMI's cardiac anesthetists, but I could see some new faces here, and I was just talking to them. I was just telling them that you are all started from Gujarat. Yeah, they are in their own field. So thanks once again. I seriously want to thank a few more people, obviously Dr. Ramesh Patel, who is not only head of the department, but he is being young, very dynamic, and very motivating cardiac anesthetist. And his leadership, I would say, the anesthesia department has also grown tremendously. And how can I forget one more very, very important name, that is Dr. Naman Shastri, because I've been seeing him here for more than, I would say, a couple of decades. Though he's not attached here formally, but he always feels that he's a part of this institute, right? And I was just telling him that in spite of a bit of hurdles in his personally, I could see and I could sense a positivity from him. He's so dynamic, so energetic, and always eager to do something new and better as far as academic is concerned. So thank you so much, Naman Bhai. And we want more from you, and we want a very strong association with you. And obviously, Dr. Suresh Rao, as Dr. Ramesh Patel sir has said, he's a legend in himself. So, in fact, when we wanted to start this program a couple of years back, and we thought that at least we should go and visit some center in India or maybe in, across the globe. But then, when we are searching for a center, there are a lot of other surgeons colleagues and other anesthetists in fact guided me that you should go and see what sir is doing at his center. His center is obviously, I'm sure a lot of you have visited, and his center is amazing. Just now Naman Bhai was telling me that it is an unimaginable center with a lot of heart failure patients, and where when we are talking about advanced hemodynamics monitoring, they actually see what advanced hemodynamics monitoring means. You know, every patient would require a 24/7, minute by minute, second by second monitoring. That is what, and I was just talking to him, and he looks so young, in fact, you know. And we pray and wish that you would live for more 100 years to get, you know, in coming years, so you can teach and inspire more young generation people. Again, coming to Dr. Kamlesh, who is into pediatric department, and he's a surgeon. I know him very personally. He is, I think, I would say, a pioneer in pediatric complex cardiac surgery. So to be associated with him in itself is, I would say, it is a wonderful thing to work in that team. So thank you so much, Dr. Kamlesh, for spending your valuable time in coming and sharing your expertise with our entire team. We all know that anesthesia, so when we talk about anesthesia, so when I was in my training days, I could tell you, anesthesia means just induce patients, and if it is been done like endotracheal tube intubations, extubation, that is what used to understand anesthesia. But anesthesia has gone way beyond anesthesia, you know. I always keep telling my own anesthetists that anesthesia involves right from the moment patient comes to the hospital. It is all important to optimizing the treatment. Then anesthetists also play a very vital role in deciding patient strategy or surgical strategy, not only during surgery. And this is from my own experience, I can tell you that if as a surgeon I have committed some mistakes during surgery, then who can save my patients? Anesthetist. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say my patients, our patients, anesthetist. And a lot of time we had a debate that anesthesia cannot kill or cannot save patients, but that is wrong. If you have a very good anesthetist, dedicated, committed anesthetist, or the entire team, they can in fact reduce morbidity and mortality at the same time. So they are very, very important and integral part of the entire process. And when we are talking about advanced hemodynamics, so advanced hemodynamics is like, it is never static, it is always dynamic, isn't it? So that is why it is very important that whenever you have something abnormal, so again, every time one thing you noticed, for example for me, if I am at rest, my heart rate is always constantly around 80 or 72, something like that, you know. So every individual has its own expected or physiological heart rate. So why do we expect our patient's heart rate to go lesser or more than that physiological range? So that is also a bit of alarming. If it goes from 80 to 100, so we should act during that time before. And in cardiac surgery, we all are very experienced people, that it is very important to anticipate complications. Because once the complication sets in, it is really, really challenging to treat that complications. So that is why it is important to pick the things at the right stage, and so that we can obviously treat it easily, safely, and we can save human lives. And no matter what, that is, human life is the most precious thing on this earth. So even if we can save certain human lives, that means our purpose has been solved as a doctor, right? So I'm sure with this seminar, I don't know who can be benefited, but I can tell you at least Unimedites will definitely, their patients will definitely get benefited out of the seminar. So once again, thank you so much for spending your valuable time with us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. May I now request Dr. Unmicrc, sir, to bless us with his words.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this seminar, and I wish all the luck for this occasion. Thank you.
Just I want to add something to it. And we all know that he was our teacher, he is still our teacher. We learn a lot many things from him. He is in a true sense is a great inspiration for all the previous generation surgeons, present generation surgeons, and I'm sure even for the future generation surgeons. But having said that, we have seen the commitments. When every time when we used to talk about social life, I've never heard him saying that he want to enjoy social life. Because he has not attended his own family members' weddings, right? And having said that, he always keep telling me, Chirag, I'm very envy of you people. I said, why, sir? Because like when we talk about advanced hemodynamic seminar, we have a cardiac monitors, or we have every possible gadget with us. When they used to practice, they did not have a single monitor even. Non-invasive, whatever was there, what was a non-invasive thing. No proper suture materials, no suture proper, even assistant anesthetics for team members. He said I should have born in this era, in the previous era. So, but we are so blessed and we are so lucky to have him here at this moment. Thank you so much, sir.
In fact, SIRS was the era when they have done the maximum number of beating hearts. You know how? It's closed mitral valvotomies. They were all beating heart surgeries. And then the era came of, arrested hearts. And then again now it's the era of beating heart. So anyway, may I ask Dr. Naman Shastri to come here and brief us about the whole program, and then request Dr. Mukesh to start the formal lectures. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I won't spend more time for the introductions, but support from the entire Mehta Institute of Cardiology is still continuing with the same children, further I would say is even more than that. Thank you very much for all the kind support which you have been extending to these over the last years. And thank you, Yagnik sir. Yagnik sir, as everybody says, Yagnik sir is a fatherly figure of cardiac surgery in the state of Gujarat. Like they are the one who really installed the complete cardiac surgical program where we are today, and still he is supporting us in so many surgical procedures even as of now, and very down to earth and very clear picture kind of personality. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Suresh and Dr. Kamlesh. Like there are no words to express about their greatness in their respective field. Dr. Suresh is a very big figure, very big name in the field of heart transplants and ECMO, because he is an authority to deliver talks internationally, and he is a proud figure of cardiac anesthesia. So I would really say that we are very proud that we are having him today with us. And thanks Dr. Kamlesh for being there with us, and he is a very senior pediatric cardiac anesthesia. More important to me, he is a Gujarati. So I feel that okay, our Gujarati come back to the Gujarat, and thank you very much. So without wasting much time, we have made up small programs, and this program is for the Mehta students only, cardiac anesthesia students. And we have good faculties also from the City of Ahmedabad who have come to join us. We have Dr. Chintan Sheth. He is also a good cardiac, very nice but experienced cardiac anesthesiologist consultant working at SIMS Hospital. Thanks Chintan for being here. Dr. Hital. Hital is a senior cardiac anesthetist at NH Ahmedabad. And Dr. Hital, he is cardiac anesthetist and dear friend of mine. He is working with he's a head cardiac anesthesia at CHF Apollo. And Dr. Bhargav is from Pune, right? Yeah, he's from Pune. And so forth, many of their good friends have come across the country and from the city. And I thank all the faculties over here. We have made such a small programs, more for the students offline, and for the online programs, we have online program, online academic activities going on as of now. And people are already there longing to witness our academic programs to begin with. I request Dr. Mukesh Jagati. He is Associate Professor Cardiac Anesthesia at Mehta. We start the program with little brief about the advanced hemodynamic catheter what we have, which helps us in managing high-risk cases, and then we will have the RV dysfunction in heart transplants. Then we'll have followed by we'll have a talk from Dr. Suresh about monitoring during the from Chintan Sheth for the monitoring during heart transplants. Followed by Dr. Suresh will be talking us on monitoring during the ECMO. These two topics are very important because this monitoring aspects is very important as we manage the patient otherwise. And then Dr. Kamlesh will talk on the needs in pediatric cardiac surgery. Without wasting the time, I would request Dr. Mukesh to take on the mic dais and talk on basics of hemodynamics, monitoring, particularly catheter which they are using today.
Sis.
We have moderators like Dr. Hinal, Dr. Chintan, and Dr. Bhargav. Three of you can join us here, and then we can monitor the session. Feel free to interrupt or discuss, and even I would request students that whenever they have any problems, they are free to ask. Make it interactive, because this program is meant to make the things more interactive. So that is why it's a closed door program we have organized for the students. So please feel free anytime, raise your hand and discuss with the faculties.
Good afternoon, Yagnik sir, Chirag sir, Suresh sir, Kamlesh and other dignitaries and dear friends. So welcome to our first advanced hemodynamics seminar. Myself, Dr. Mukesh Prajapati, and today I am going to talk about the advanced monitoring in cardiac surgery. So basically, hemodynamic monitoring is, as all we know, is very essential part of the perioperative management in cardiothoracic surgery and intensive care. It helps us to detect hemodynamic alteration, diagnose their underlying causes, and optimize oxygen delivery to the tissues. Furthermore, it is also important to evaluate the adequacy of the therapeutic intervention, what we have done to the patient. So, advanced hemodynamic monitoring not only help us to diagnose early and intervene, but it also helps us to anticipate the hemodynamic alteration. They provide more accuracy and precision in monitoring. The recent development includes move from the static to the dynamic variables and transition to the less invasive or even non-invasive monitoring techniques. So, advanced hemodynamic monitoring tools are basically broadly classified into the invasive, minimally invasive and non-invasive techniques, and these are the objective of this topic. So, when we talk about the invasive hemodynamic monitoring system, the pulmonary artery is the mainstay. Pulmonary artery catheter were introduced in 1970 by Swan and James. The estimation of cardiac output by pulmonary thermodynamic method is gold standard even till date. With help of pulmonary artery catheter, we can continuously measure cardiac output and mix venous oxygen saturation. It enables accurate measurement of the central venous pressure, right ventricular pressure, pulmonary artery pressure, pulmonary artery occlusion pressure, as well as indirect derivation of several other parameters like systemic vascularizations and peripheral vascularizations. So this is typical 5 mm pulmonary artery catheter. As the catheter passes to the chamber of the heart, it will produce the different pressure waveforms and it will help us for better management of the patient. This is the continuous cardiac output of pulmonary artery catheter. In addition to the 5 mm catheter, we have additional 2 ports. One is for thermofilament cable of this hemisphere monitor, and another is for mixed venous oxygen saturation. So, before inserting this CCO catheter, we have to do in vitro calibration of the hemisphere monitor, which should be done only once. And after insertion of the pulmonary artery catheter, we have to attach the respective cables, and then we have to do in vivo calibration. We have to repeat every 24 hours for better accuracy. So these are the advanced hemodynamic parameters which we can get from this CCO pulmonary artery catheter. We can get cardiac output, mixed venous oxygen saturation, stroke volume, systemic vascularizations, RV ejection fraction, RV end diastolic volume, right atrial pressure, pulmonary artery pressure, and pulmonary artery occlusion pressure. So there are several clinical situations where pulmonary artery catheter is very useful. According to this clinical condition, the different variables which we receive from the pulmonary artery catheter get varies, and it will help us to guide the proper management of the patient. Pulmonary artery catheter use remains common in cardiac surgery, with 68% of the respondents in 2015 survey reporting its use in greater than 75% of the cases. However, several studies have failed to demonstrate a survival benefit. In meta-analysis of 13 randomized clinical trials, including 5,051 subjects, comparing use of the pulmonary artery catheter versus non-use in critically ill, that included cardiac surgery also, the use of pulmonary artery catheter did not reduce overall mortality or hospital stay. There are also several other studies which failed to demonstrate the mortality and morbidity benefit of the pulmonary artery catheter. Pulmonary artery catheter has some technical limitations also. Pulmonary artery catheter measurement requires familiarity with the device. When compared with the direct feed method, the pulmonary artery catheter may be associated with the percentage error of more than 50%. The complications related to pulmonary artery catheter include arrhythmia, valvular damage, pulmonary infarction, infection, and thromboembolism. Pulmonary artery perforation is very rare, but it carries mortality of 75%. The current opinion is to use pulmonary artery catheter more selectively, like evaluation and management of the patient in shock, in those undergoing high-risk surgery, or in patient with the pulmonary artery hypertension. It is also recommended in patient presenting with the refractory cardiogenic shock or in patient undergoing acute mechanical circulatory support. So here it will help to monitor effectiveness of our therapy, optimize device setting, assess the need of the escalation, and guide timing and rate of the weaning. It is also recommended in patient with right ventricular failure and patient undergoing advanced heart failure surgery or heart transplantation. So basically, recent development of this hemodynamic monitoring is transition from the invasive to minimally invasive or non-invasive hemodynamic monitoring techniques. Following the 1996 publication by the support, which is study to understand prognosis on preferences for outcome and risk of treatment, investigators show an increased 30-day mortality and ICU stay with use of pulmonary artery catheter. And thereafter, there has been a surge of alternative hemodynamic monitoring devices to replace the pulmonary artery catheter with less invasive method, while capturing the same important physiologic parameters and eliminating the pulmonary artery catheter related complications. So basically, minimally invasive hemodynamic techniques include pulse contour analysis, which can be calibrated or uncalibrated, echocardiography, which include both transthoracic as well as transesophageal echocardiography, esophageal Doppler probe. Non-invasive techniques include volume claim method, which uses finger cup, and commercially known as clear side system, partial carbon dioxide rebreathing system, bioimpedance, and pulse wave transit time. Pulse contour analysis is most used and studied technology for minimally invasive estimation of the cardiac output. The cardiac output is derived from the arterial waveform pressure signal using proprietary algorithm to each device. Cardiac output is derived by pulse contour analysis alone or in conjugation with the transpulmonary thermodilution or indicator dilution. Most of these technology are uncalibrated, such as they do not require the frequent intermittent alignment, and it may be even non-invasive. Invasive pulse contour technology that uses an arterial line have demonstrated percentage error ranging from the 23% to 74%, and correspondence rate, which is precision of this method, it ranges from the 84% to the 93%. The non-invasive pulse contour technology, which uses radial artery applanation chronometry, have demonstrated percentage error ranging from 23% to 58%, and concordance rate from 84% to 100%. Overall accuracy of this pulse contour analysis is clinically significant, and we can rely on it. High concordance rate suggests accurate trending ability and can be used at bedside for titrating medication and measuring active changes in hemodynamic status. So this PICO method is basically a minimal invasive cardiac hemodynamic monitoring system, which is calibrated method. The PICO technology is based on two physical principles, namely transpulmonary thermodilution and pulse contour analysis. The pulse contour analysis provides continuous information, while transpulmonary thermodilution provides the static measurement. The transpulmonary thermodilution is used to calibrate the continuous pulse contour parameters. We need to calibrate this system at least 2 to 3 times per day, depending on the patient's condition. So this is the PICO method. We have to insert the central venous catheter and arterial catheter. Arterial catheter is incorporated with the thermistor. And like what we do in the pulmonary thermodilution method, we have to inject 50 ml of cold saline, which will pass from the RA to RV and lungs, then left side of the heart, and then the changes in the temperature will be captured by this thermistor incorporated in the arterial catheter. So we can insert the arterial line at axillary artery, brachial artery, femoral artery or radial artery, but femoral artery is more common and more popular. So this technique is known as the transpulmonary thermodilation method, and it gives us numerous hemodynamic variables like pulmonary vascular permeability index, which help us to differentiate hydrostatic pulmonary edema and ARDS, the extravascular lung water, which help us to quantify the volume of the pulmonary edema, global and diastolic volume, cardiac output, cardiac function index, global ejection fraction, stroke volume, pulse pressure variation. So through this we can have the data of the preload, cardiac contractility as well as permeability of the lung capillary membrane. So it is very useful method, particularly in patient is having pulmonary edema and ARDS. The accuracy may be affected by vascular compliance, aortic impedance, air bubble in the system, clotting of the catheter, valvular regurgitation, aortic aneurysm, significant arrhythmia, and rapidly changing temperature of the patient. LIDCO is a lithium dilution cardiac output monitoring system, which combines the pulse counter analysis with the lithium indicator dilution for continuous monitoring of the cardiac output, stroke volume, and stroke volume variation. This technique is also validated against pulmonary artery catheter estimated cardiac output. Accuracy is also affected by various factors, and it requires equal calibration. So it is not considered a favorable technique in cardiac surgery. Uncalibrated pulse counter analysis include the flow track or Vizilio technology. The system does not need any external calibration. So basically it is a operator independent and very easy to use. Its software algorithm analyzes the characteristic of the arterial waveform and uses this analysis along with the patient specific demographic information to calculate the cardiac output and stroke volume variation. Automatically it will calculate the hemodynamic parameter every 20 seconds. Studies have found there is a good agreement between the flow track and the pulmonary artery catheter estimated cardiac output. Accuracy is also affected in patients with the altered vascular tone and problem with the arterial waveforms. So this is flow track sensor which we have to attach to any existing arterial line, and with help of this Hemsphere advanced monitoring system we can get stroke volume variation, mean arterial pressure, systemic vascular resistance, and cardiac output. Ultrasonography is another form of minimally invasive hemodynamic monitoring system which has evolved since 1970s, including 2-dimensional, 3 and 4-dimensional echocardiography, esophageal Doppler, and ultrasonic cardiac output monitor. In medical ICUs, the transthoracic echocardiography has shown great utility, but sometimes we can't use in immediate post-operative period because of the poor acoustic window. TE is our best friend nowadays in perioperative period. It gives additional hemodynamic data. It gives better guiding for volume and anaerobic therapy. It helps us to identify the underlying etiology for the altered hemodynamics. It helps us to take part into the surgical decision making process, and of course it is very rapid. So as the mathematical calculation, the volume of the cylinder is calculated with this formula, and like this way we can measure the cardiac output with help of the echocardiography. So we have to measure LVOT VTI and LVOT area, and through it we can measure cardiac output. Echocardiography is also helpful for knowing the volume status of the patient by eyeballing of this cross section of the RV and LV. And another important part is we can measure the RBC diameter and inspect collapsibility. So we have idea about the patient's volume status. will guide for whether we have to give more volume or we have to do another things like we have to remove volume or we have to add some iron drops or vasopressors. Echocardiography is also helpful for knowing the systolic function of the left ventricle by measuring the fractional area changes, fractional shortening and left ventricular ejection fraction. Left ventricular ejection fraction is mainly calculated by the M mode and with the help of the Simpson's method in 2-chamber and 4-chamber. In addition to systolic function, echocardiography will help us to know the left ventricle and diastolic function and breathing pressure by transmitral mitral flow velocity and tissue Doppler imaging techniques. So, as the ratio of the E to E prime increase, we can say there is a LV diastolic dysfunction. Other advantage of TE includes the diagnosis of the regional wall motion abnormality, development of the acute MR, we can find undiagnosed congenital cardiac defect and pericardial effusion. Limitation of TE is it is expensive, it needs expensive training. There are many TE related complications like injury, bleeding, even esophageal rupture has been reported in some cases. And the major limitation in using TE is it is not continuous. But recently there are miniature TE available which can help for continuous monitoring of this volume status and function of the heart. We can indwell this TE, this disposable TE for more than 72 hours, and it can be sterilized also. So it will help us to basically know the status of the volume status and the function of left ventricle, but it is a monoplane, so we can't move these angles. Esophageal Doppler cardiac output monitoring, it allows continuous monitoring of the cardiac output by measuring ruptureship of the introcalated blood flow in descending thoracic aorta. After insertion of this esophageal Doppler, we have to adjust its position so we can get better audible Doppler flow sound. This is esophageal Doppler probe. So after alignment of the Doppler beam with the blood flow in the descending aorta, it will recreate the velocity time term, and from that it will calculate the VTI, and from VTI it will calculate the cardiac output. Here the cross section area of the aorta is assumed by the demographic data of the patient. Advantage of esophageal Doppler is it is very easy to use, minimally invasive, need minimum experience, and information about we can get information about LV preload, fluid responsiveness, LV contractility and systemic vascular resistance, and of course it is very safe. Limitation of esophageal Doppler include it introgates blood flow in the DTA, so it measures only fraction of the cardiac output, and to calculate the total cardiac output it must be calibrated by some other alternate method or empirically determined to corrective constant 1.4 is used. This constant can be true in majority of the patients, but it can't be applied universally because in some patients where there is a redistribution of blood like in pregnancy and other conditions, we can't use this constant. Another limitation, we have to assume basically the descending thoracic cross-sectional area from the demographic data of the patient, but it can't be true in case of like aortic regurgitation, aortic stenosis, or DTA any pathology of the DTA. So another limitation is insertion is difficult in non-intubated, in non-sedated patient, and proper acoustic window is primary requisite for the esophageal Doppler technique. Ultrasonic cardiac output monitor is very safe, non-invasive, rapid and cost-effective. Operator dependency and poor estimated valve area are sources of error. In 25% of the patient, there is a failure to obtain Doppler reading occurred. Non-invasive hemodynamic monitoring which does not need even the placement of the arterial catheter. So it is very easy in if patient in our wards and the step down ward. It does not only measure the blood pressure continuously but also measure cardiac output and dynamic preload variables. The volume flow method, which uses finger cup and commonly known as clear side system, is an example of this non-invasive cardiac output monitoring system, which relies on photoplethysmography to keep finger blood volume constant. With help of light source and light detector, it reconstructs the arterial pressure waveform, and cardiac output can be calculated using code-track algorithm. We can get variables like cardiac output, stroke volume variation, and others. The studies examining cardiac output estimate by this method show percentage error ranging from the 24 to 58%, average 44%, when we compared it with the transpulmonary thermodynamic technique. Same technique is used in the CNF monitors also. Another form of non-invasive cardiac monitors which are not based on the pulse motor analysis are partial carbon dioxide rebreathing techniques, bioreactance and bioimpedance, pulse wave transit time. Partial carbon dioxide rebreathing technique is also known as NICO system, and studies were mostly performed in early of the 20s. It uses indirect fixed principle to calculate cardiac output. The big principle suggests what goes in must come out, whether it is oxygen or carbon dioxide. So at steady state, the amount of carbon dioxide entering into the lungs via pulmonary artery is proportional to the cardiac output and equals the amount exiting the lung via expiration and pulmonary veins. So the formula is cardiac output is equal to consumption of carbon dioxide, and which is divided by content of the carbon dioxide in the vein, which is subtracted minus content of the carbon dioxide in the arteries. This technique is used in intubated patients who are under mechanical ventilation. The percentile error of this technique is around 45%. Thoracic bioimpedance system, which is known as TAP, is based on the hypothesis by considering thorax as cylinder perfused with fluid with specific resistivity. So here 8 electrodes are applied on the patient, 2 on either side of the neck and 4 on the lower part of the thorax. The outer sensors transit the current and the inner sensors measure the impedance. The bioimpedance is indirectly proportional to content of the thoracic fluid. The tissue fluid volume, pulmonary and venous blood, and aortic blood volume all contribute to the TAP measurement. Change in the cardiac output will change the aortic blood volume and it will be reflected in the TAP. Major limitation of this system is interference with the electrode poetry, improper electrode placement, patient movement and arrhythmia will also affect the accuracy. Results were not encouraging in critically ill patients. Moreover, this technique is considered as trend analysis monitor rather than the diagnostic one. Pulse wave transit time integrates the data from the basic instrument like the electrocardiogram and the pulse oximeter. It is basically time between the R wave on the ECG to arrival of the pulse wave measured by the oxygen saturation monitor. The percentage error ranges from the 41 to 64%. It is not very encouraging matter. Then the research development is also moved from the static to dynamic measurements. The perioperative fluid management is very crucial for prevention of the AKI. The multiple studies have shown that the traditional method for measuring the cardiac preload like CVP, pulmonary capillary base pressure, left ventricular end diastolic dimension, early or late diastolic wave ratio are very inaccurate. Goal directed fluid therapy guided by the dynamic variables such as plate variability index, pulse pressure variation and stroke volume variation has been developed to measure fluid responsiveness. Pulse pressure variation or PVI more than 13% is highly predictive of fluid responsiveness in mechanical ventilator patient in sinus rhythm. Plate variability index have been demonstrated to reduce the perioperative lactate level. Introduction of artificial intelligence to predict hemodynamic changes. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data and predictive analytics are keywords that infiltrate the modern medicine as they do in other field of technology of science. Basically the machine learning is a process of incorporating large amount of the disparate data into the unified algorithm used to predict and solve the clinical problem. The October 2018 issue of journal Anesthesiology was dedicated to this topic. It states that machine learning is a discipline within the computer science used to analyze large data sets and develop algorithms. It is used to analyze and model complex association and relationship patterns between the multiple variables that are otherwise occurred to the human eye or go beyond the limit of the human understanding. In the first article, Hemodynamic et al. Described the development of the algorithm to predict the upcoming hypotensive event. The mathematical algorithm called hypotension prediction index was developed by learning from the almost 13,000 past hypotensive event and more than 12,000 non-hypotensive event derived from the large data set of high fidelity arterial waveform from almost 1700 patients. Hypotension prediction index algorithm was able to predict hypotension with high sensitivity and high specificity up to 15 minutes before the actual hypotension event occurred. Additional successful example of use of machine learning based algorithm in field of anesthesiology include the prediction of the complication after surgery such as sepsis, AKI, the prediction of the mortality after cardiac surgery and the prediction of the post-operative pain and associated resources consumption. In summary, even though artificial intelligence may not be the ideal approach for all tasks, it may offer solution to number of the clinical problems and outcomes. However, there is a hazard of creating new black boxes when the algorithm lacks transparency. So, in conclusion, until recently, the pulmonary artery catheter have been used routinely in cardiovascular critical care despite the evidence of the demonstrating a lack of clinical benefit in routine cardiac surgery. Overtreatment has been demonstrated in many patients with use of pulmonary artery catheter with negative impact on mechanical ventilation, ICU stay, post-operative transfusion and complication and even mortality. A majority of elective cardiac surgical procedure can be performed without pulmonary artery catheter. However, the complex multi-valve operation, heart failure surgery, heart transplantation, the emergent presentation with shock may warrant invasive monitoring with pulmonary artery catheter. The newer non-invasive hemodynamic monitoring tools are good alternatives, but it requires clinical champion and commitment to the staff education. Appropriate interpretation of the information offered by hemodynamic monitoring requires an integration of several variables. The perioperative T is increasingly used as a first tool to identify the problem and help to select the initial treatment to improve patient management and outcomes.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Rugesh, for an elaborate and very informative coverage of this very important topic. Does the moderator want to say anything about this particular topic? Any of the moderators would like to say or add something to this? Or maybe we can, because there is overshot the time, maybe we can take everything during the panel discussion. So let us straight move on to Dr. Naman Shastri's topic, very important one, RV dysfunction in heart transplant. Over to him. This will be moderated by Dr. Jigisha and Dr. Kunal. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We know that when we talk about the transplant, it is all about the direction. Because we never talk about the left wing. Because LV is going to do well, but the RV is a mainstay problem. Thank you. Thanks for getting that. So in 1971, Grip first reported the relationship between the elevated preoperative pulmonary vascular hypertension or PVR along with the risk which involved into the RV failure after heart transplants. So we can say nearly say 6-7 decades before also people were thinking about the transplants 4-5 decades before. Again, RV dysfunction was the important culprit for that particular time. International Society of Heart and Lung Transplant has, in spite of working very hard, they found that perioperative involvement of increased PVR or pulmonary hypertension definitely makes a lot of difference in the outcome. And they say nearly 50% of all the cardiac mortality is because of RV dysfunctions. And 90% of all cause mortality is patient after heart transplant. So we can imagine that half of the patient who die after heart transplants is mainly because of the right ventricular dysfunctions. So what should be the factors for contributing to heart failure? One is pre-existing or acquired pulmonary arterial hypertension, and that's very important for the recipient. Because these recipients are having the biventricular dysfunctions, chronic congestive heart failure is long, and they eventually develop the pulmonary arterial hypertension. Second important thing is marginal organ preservations. Like that's when particularly they are harvesting and preserving the organs. Long ischemia time, that is like you can just after harvesting to the recipient site. And significant increase donor recipient mismatch. And I'm sure that now it becomes a little controversial because now the experience centers have started accepting the higher donor recipient mismatch than what it used to be involved in the publications. Acute aortic rejections. Intraoperative problems like excessive bleeding, pulmonary edema, ischemia for air embolism in the large coronaries, and other acute surgical cause like anastomosis or anastomosis problems. These are the major problems what we really anticipate when we are expecting RV dysfunctions. But out of all, the donor factor is very important. Like the etiology and mechanism, like if he starts from the brain person, from that is because of the heavy surge of the catecholamine, itself is responsible for the biventricular dysfunctions. And that particular RV and LV is associated with the brain activates. And that many of the times you must have noticed when you are going to harvest, you go and harvest the heart, the time patient usually in the hyperdynamic state, they may have the biventricular dysfunctions. And then you have to manage the patient at the side, and then we just bring the heart. So it is related to the severe hyperdynamics and hypertensive status associated with the hypercatecholamine surge. The period of the heart storage and transport. So once we manage at the recipient end, we harvest it. And during the shifting, what is the time taken for the shifting, what is the time taken during the harvesting, and then shifting, and how it has been shifted under the proper cardioplegic solutions. And that also it makes a lot of difference. And recently, just before I was studying this session, we were talking with Dr. Pudeshra, and they have had an experience of patient taken nearly 6 to 7 hours on the transportation and still patient survived. So this is all because of the advanced surgical techniques, advanced way of studying the heart, transporting the heart. Now, in the certain Western countries and Australia, they are working hard, but they have come up. And if I'm not wrong, Dr. Bala is working hard on the device which can help in the transporting the heart after harvesting. So they are coming up with the devices which help in preserving the heart for a long time, because like in his center, they have lifted the heart, lifted the heart from the Chandigarh right to the Chennai. So this is, but recent technology has really made a lot of difference in this time care where the hearts are being preserved. If on the other side, if we talk about the donor side, if the MCD, this is the circulatory devices, mechanical circulatory devices are given to the patient who is a potential recipient, the preoperative implantation of the mechanical devices might improve the outcome after heart surgeries, and that could be because of the preservation of the aortic function, preservation of the pulmonary pressures. And in other studies, they have found that even the post-operative right heart failure along with the kidney failure was less in those patients in whom they have placed the devices, MCDs, in pre-transplant status. So, preserving the total multi-organ functions of the recipient in pre-operative status also makes a lot of difference. So, multi-organ dysfunction in whom we are transplanting the heart, it also makes a difference for the outcome. The Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery 2010 has published the data that the patient who has been there on the pre-operative MCDs, that is mechanical circulatory devices, they did well. But those patients who were on mechanical ventilation, they did worse after the transplantation. Probably these patients would have associated web or other problems. The mortality rate from the pulmonary hypertension in infant was much less as compared to the adult patients. So it means that the infant population, the pediatric population has got better adaptability of the new heart, and that is why sometimes the donor recipient mismatch is better tolerated in infant and pediatric populations, and then I think Professor Suresh might give better answer to that. So these are the risk factors like the age, the older populations, they have the high mortality, patient they have the pre-existing pulmonary hypertension, and the patient who has been there in the mechanical ventilations before the transplants are made the highest. So now why we are talking so much right ventricular failure? What is that in right ventricular failure? Because we know that the right ventricular and left ventricular is, though the side by side chambers, but they are totally different. They are not aligned. There is not a mirror image between the left ventricle and right ventricle. Like we know this helical image, like we know this helical concept of the left ventricle where there are the crisscross muscles, there are the muscles lying in the longitudinal, circumferential and radial aspects, and that is why the contractility, like the heart contracts about 15 to 20%, but it generates output about 60 to 70%, that is in our approach. So if you say the like we know by this, that has been studied very well after the stain imaging, that we use routine stain. In my cell, we do really like particularly 15 to 20 stain in perioperative as well as post-operative and pre-operative patients, and we have studied. After we coming with the stain, we realize that what the contractility, the muscle shortening is about 18 to 20% maximum, but how much cardiac output it generates, how much is it actually 60%. Why this is so? This is because of this crisscross helical model, which is squeezing effect. The squeezing effect of the left ventricle generates so much cardiac output. So that is a basal loop, the transverse muscle orientations. Then the descending loop of apical loop, and this apical part is mainly kinetic. So helic is formed with the oblique muscle orientations comprised with the right ventricle, left ventricle septum. So when you talk about the helix formation of the left ventricle, rather if you say that all the complete muscle helical structures, the oblique and circumferential part is more in the left ventricle, rather in the right ventricle it is more of the longitudinal part. Why it is so? That is, if you go back to the in vitro, when the heart is formed, there is not that inlet and outlet like left ventricle. We know that the inlet and outlet of the right ventricle is in different axes. And and that is true so many different things, because if we say about right ventricular inlet portion, that portion is derived from the ventricular portion of the primitive tubes. Then if we talk about outflow, the outflow is generated or arised from the bulbous cortex. There is a supraventricularis. You know that the crista supraventricularis is a portion of the muscular septum which is connecting the inlet part and an outlet part of the right ventricle. There is a big importance lies on this crista supraventricularis because that separates the inlet and outlet. What is the importance of it? The right ventricle inlet portion has maximum Purkinje fibers, and that is why the inotropic effect or we can say that conduction is generated very quick into the Purkinje fibers, which is densely situated into the inflow portion. Rather, in outflow, the duration is longer. So contraction is very rapid, fast in inflow. Rather, in the outflow, the contraction is slow but lasts for the longer. Why it is so? Because once tricuspid valve inflow comes to the right ventricle, it immediately pushes it forward. Why it pushes so forward in a short time? Because it has to pass the blood from the aortic valve to the outlet. It is a different axis. And that is why whatever blood comes, it has to go. It cannot go very fast. So it has to go over a bit of time. So that outflow contracts slow, but it takes a long time to push the blood to the outlet. That is the outlet. Another important aspect, and that's very important aspect, that when you give the inotropes to the drugs, inotropes to the right ventricle, the right ventricle outflow tract has got more pronounced effect of the inotrope as compared to the inflow. Because this right ventricular outflow part is the important part which is pushing the blood against the raised PVR. So when you give the globulin, luminon, epinephrine, all these drugs will pronounce effect, and if you look at the T, suddenly the contractility starts much more in the right ventricular outflow tract as compared to the right ventricular inflow portion. So this inflow and outflow part is very important. And completely between these two, there is a fiber that is a longitudinal fiber which is connecting between these two. They are not circumferential or radial fiber. Why? Because when you see in the echocardiography, when left ventricle contract, at that time when you contract, the septum moves into the left ventricle. Right? The septum moves into the left ventricle, and along with that, right ventricle free wall becomes flattened from the concavity part. So it becomes flatter, and this flattened part also supports septum to contract more to the left ventricle side. So this is why it is called the ventricular independence. So this LV contractility which helps in the right ventricle contractility. And that is helps, so right ventricle gives preload to the left ventricle, right ventricle helps contracting to the left ventricle, and third important aspect is right ventricle governs the blood flow against the PVR. So if right ventricle fails, then definitely the left ventricle is going to affect very badly. When you see the comparison between the left and right, there is a 77% of the longitudinal contractility happens and only 20 to 25% transverse contractility happens in the right ventricular contractions. And so, if you look at the difference between IV and LV, look at the difference. IV is end-diastolic volume is much higher than left ventricle. That is why we call it as a volume dependent pump. Because right ventricle has to generate the volume and then it gives the pump. And that is why centrifugal pressure. Now the CVP is a dynamic monitoring, but it measures the pressure, not the volume. So we need to have the volume monitoring when we talk about right ventricle. You can see the mass. The mass is nearly third of the left ventricle. Look at the thickness, which is third or fourth of the left ventricle. Look at the pressure to generate, say, 5th or 6th part portion of the left ventricle pressure. And why? Because PVR is much low for right ventricle as compared to left ventricle. So generation pressure is not very high, which is equal to the right ventricle. Then you can see that the stroke burden index is much lesser as compared to left ventricle. So basically, right ventricle is the data of right ventricle, the muscular portion of right ventricle is only the 1/5 or 1/6 of the left ventricle. And most of the volume is still the volume is high in the right ventricle. So that means that if the limit of volume is going below certain level or going above certain level, then heart fails because there is no muscular part to support this adaptation of the volume. So, and this this is why I'm taking a little more time to differentiate because of the students the students sitting here. So if you say the RV is not healthy, and because there is a peristaltic movement. Why this is peristaltic movement? Because as I say, that when conduction passes to the right ventricle, inflow portion contract fast, and then gradually this contractility goes to the outlet tract, and then outlet tract contractility starts. So this is a peristaltic movement. Another important aspect is the three separate mechanisms. Free wall inward movement, as I said, when LV contracts, the left and right ventricle free wall becomes flattened. Contraction of the longitudinal fibers and traction of the free wall from the septal attachments. So remember that in contractile LV, it is not only LV which is contractile, but the support from the RV free wall, support from the interventricular septum, all this helps the left ventricle to give 33% of the cardiac output is supported by the right ventricle. So imagine if right ventricle fails, it fails to give the blood to the left ventricle, as well as there is a significant reduction of right ventricular cardiac output. The shortening of the RV is much greater longitudinally, as what we have discussed. Now, what happens with pathophysiology in RV functions? So, you can see that. So, first of all, there is two reasons. Like we know that afterload dysfunction, that is a pressure overload dysfunction or volume overload dysfunction. There are two basic differences between the volume overload and pressure overload. Like in case of high PVR, pulmonary embolism, there is afterload related problem. So that is a pressure overload related changes. If you say that patient has RVMI, patient cannot contract, the right ventricle cannot be contracted well, and there is a volume load, or patient has significant diastolic organic or functional ER that related to increased volume of the RV, that leads to the increased volume related problems. So if we say there is increased PVR, that increases the afterload of right ventricle. That increases the continuous sequence occur, that increases the dilatation, increases the right ventricle wall space, reduces the RC perfusion, leads to the RV ischemia, or reduces the RV output. That means that when suddenly there is acute pulmonary embolism and patient dies. So in acute pulmonism, what happens? When it's in PVR, and then it is said if the mean pressure goes beyond 60 mm mercury in 8 to 10 minutes, then this right ventricle cannot exist. So if there is a PVR, RV pressure overload, RV increases, RV becomes dilate, that dilate increases the wall space because of the high PVR. What will happen? Reduces the right coronary perfusions. Why? Because right coronary is perfused in both systolic and diastolic, unlike left coronary arteries which flows only in the diastolic phase. As soon as little space happening on the right side, is right coronary pressure. Because right coronary, if the right ventricular and diastolic pressure goes above 50, that means if PVR, pulmonary hypertension, diastolic pressure is 50, that is the time when right coronary perfusion pressure reduces, which leads to the ischemia, and then the cardiac output reduces. That was a pressure overload. Now, same with volume overload, like patient has a significant diastolic ER, increase the right side pressures, reduces the organ perfusion. Like we know that if RV back pressure increases, venous perfusion, like venous pressure increases, and patient has got the multi-organ dysfunction like hepatic congestion, cerebral venous congestion, renal congestion. So RV dysfunctions is back pressure changes, and that leads to a particular problem. But along with that, if we say that if right ventricle pressure increases, again it leads to ischemia. So once cardiac output of right ventricle cardiac output reduces for either of the mechanisms, aortic pressure goes down, again RCA reduces, and then patient develops tachycardia. So basically, whether patient has got afterload related problem or volume overload problem, at one stage they become interdependent, merge to each other, and then patient develops right ventricular dysfunctions. Once they get right ventricular dysfunctions, there is an interventricular shift. You know that there's a D shape of the left ventricle, second shape of the LV, and then patient and the left ventricle capillary reduces. RV dysfunction, when there is RV dysfunction, 33% of the left ventricle cardiac output goes down. Above that, septum becomes flattened, left ventricle cavity becomes small, and then ultimately the LV load reduces. So basically, what we can say that once RV goes down, LV automatically goes down. other way around, it is not necessary that LV goes down and RV also goes down. Unless and until there is LAD proximal, which is stenosis, because from the proximal step of the LAD, there is also a septal branch is passing that, also a polar branch is passing that, and that right ventricle is also occurs. So except LAD proximal, left ventricle is independent, can occur. Now this is same pathophysiology, like what you can see that the left ventricle that shows how ventricular dependency occurs. So where you can see that enlarged pulmonary artery because of high PVR, we can see that you can just have an observation of the pressure. Then there is a distance from the distance or extent of the pulmonary walls. Then maybe into the PR. This pulmonary decondition is a secondary evidence of the having the diastolic pressure, elevated diastolic pressure, pulmonary and procardiography. So this system refers to the dilating. Then ultimately it leads to the enlargement, low ejection infections, septal bowing. You can see that septal bowing is right ventricle is shifting to the left ventricle, and then ultimately you can see this is once PVI is increasing because of that dysfunction. So basically there you can see how the left ventricle becomes short and narrow and patient will bilateral dysfunction. So this is why RV dysfunction is very common and very big. Everyone knows that if RV dysfunction is there and you are taking patient with cardiac surgery and LV dysfunction is there, is a large treatment. You can do something with LV dysfunction, but once patient is starting with a significant RV dysfunction, he is then handled and subject the patient to the transplants. That means that patients can have the pre-existing RV dysfunction in whom we are transplanting the heart, or this heart which we are going to transplant, that particularly can guide into the RV dysfunction. So this can be very important for us. So there is a primary graft failure and this is called PCA. So isolated RV failure is more common than biventricular failure, and the cardinal features are CVP or RA pressure is more than 20, LA pressure is less than 10, or decreased cardiac index is less than 2 liter per meter square. So basically it is that if RA pressure is more than 15 millimeter of mercury, these patients are significantly in a term of RA dysfunction. Left ventricular pressures less than 10 millimeter of mercury, but there is one study nicely published by Navin Kapoor in Texas that he said that if the CVP is more than 15, then your intra-aortic balloon pump may not work at all, because for having the good, it is in counter pulsation. So unless there is a good pulsation, there won't be any counter pulsations. For that, you have a good adequate LV preload, you have to have adequate RV function also. So, but when the patient has severe RV dysfunction, it will not have the RV working well. So what is the difference between the RV dysfunction, that is the PGT, or patient having the isolated RV failure? There is a difference between the graft dysfunctions or isolated RV failure. So usually when we call it the graft dysfunction, even if it is happening usually within 24 hours after the surgery, but when we call about the graft, the right ventricular failure after heart transplant, usually that is beyond 24 hours to 72 hours. So when it occurred acute after the heart surgery, the transplant surgery within 24 hours, we can call it the graft dysfunction. So the criteria is very common, and the same criteria. The RV pressure is more than 15, weight stress is less than 50, cardiac index is less than 2 liters per minute, and they are off inotropes. Transpulmonary gradients and pulmonary systolic pressure are still within normal limits, and these two numbers are very important to remember when we talk about the heart transplant patients, 3 or post. All of these patients required some inotropes requirements, then we will call it the moderate. Same thing applied here, but if it is after 24 hours, we can call it a significant right ventricular failure. So in mild cases, it is more than 50, less than 80, but without a low dose of inotropes or without inotropes, it is called mild. Without a low dose inotropes means what? It means that either you have the vitamin dose of less than 5, millimeter dose of less than 0.5, or the patient requires less than 0.05 microgram per kilogram per meter of the epinephrine, then we can call it as a minimal or optimal dose. If this patient has got incrementally the support, or if the patient has got the requirement of the support is still landed and they must be there on the antidote, but if the antidote shuts down within 72 hours, they are called moderate. But if this patient is escalating requirement of antidote beyond 72 hours post-transplant, then these patients in fact, this patient are in a severe form, and these are the patient who needs ultimately right ventricular RV assist devices. So, pulmonary hypertension and increased PVR are often interchangeable. Like we always say that patient has increased PVR or patient has pulmonary hypertension, but these two things are different. Patients can have the pulmonary hypertension, but patient can have the normal PVR. But patient can have the high PVR. Usually, these patients will have the pulmonary hypertension. So, very important to differentiate. PVR is not interchangeable with the pulmonary hypertension. So it is very important when we talk about heart transplantation whether the patient has got PH only or patient has got high PVR. Now when we talk about the PVR, we have to understand whether it is a fixed PVR or irreversible PVR, and that decides the outcome. And fixed PVR means this PVR will not be able to pass certain tests which otherwise the fixed PVR means this otherwise patients may be a relative contraindications for heart transplant further. So it is very important to differentiate that this patient whether will be reversible or patient adaptable PVR, or we can say the reversible PVR. So hemodynamic measure that should be evaluated when we talk about RP dysfunction is PVRL, systolic pulmonary artery pressure, and enhanced pulmonary radius. Of course, no one single test is important. We have to take all the tests into considerations. Why these tests are done? Once patient has got the pulmonary hypertension, we have to evaluate whether these patients will do well after the heart transplants or not by certain provocative tests. That is what we call it provocative vasodilative tests. And these tests are used for differentiating whether these patients will be subjected for the transplant or not. So these patients require intensive management after transplants and remain at significant risk if this patient has got very severe pulmonary hypertension. And which are the criteria that will come later on. So here we just start giving the aggressive sequence of long-term inotropes like dopamine and milrinol. Again we do the provocative testing by measuring the PVR, by measuring the systolic pressures, by measuring the transpulmonary gradient. We can call it diastolic pulmonary gradient and transpulmonary gradient. These two are totally different things. So like transpulmonary gradient, I think everybody knows about TPG. Who doesn't know about the TPG? So transpulmonary gradient is very important gradient even to be measured for whether we should take the patient to the valve replacement or not. Like patient has got significant high pulmonary hypertension, they may have the TPG is more than that. So TPG is the mean pressures, mean pulmonary pressures minus the wedge pressure. That is the transpulmonary gradient. Diastolic pulmonary radius or TPG is pulmonary diastolic pressure minus the wedge pressure. If TPG is more than 15, we can consider this patient is high risk patient for any operating procedure. If it is more than 20, we should think twice before considering that. TPG is 7. If more than 7 to 10, then we can consider they are in a high risk populations. So by giving additional provocative tests means first we add one inotrope, dopamine, or we can add on milrinol, and if patient's TPG has not still come down, we can add on inhaled nitric oxide, but the limitation of inhaled nitric oxide is that patient has to have intubated conditions, but otherwise we can give the sildenafil to the patient and we can check whether these are reactive or not, or patient is reversible or not. So these are the very important provocative tests which everyone has to understand. Even we do it in a patient of valve replacement, when patient comes with post-MS, severe PH, we put a swan, we do the provocative test and then we decide. Even patient having biventricular dysfunction with severe PH, then also we put a swan guns and we just wait for 24 hours to see that how patient will respond after the surgery. So this is like, these are the important criteria. PVR of more than 4 unit, PVR of more than 6 unit, but with respect to particular pediatric or small size patient, and systolic pressure of 60 mm or PVG of 15 mm mercury. And these are the standard numbers we have to think when we talk about the bronchoneur's stress. In some situations, we may get a PVR of 4 in patient of low systolic pressures, systolic pulmonary pressures, or transparent gradient is only 12. And that can be seen that patient has severe RV dysfunction. Because if patient has got severe RV dysfunction with high pulmonary hypertension, these patients will not be able to generate good right ventricular cardiac output, generate high pressure, so that their transparent gradients may not be very high. Their systolic pressure may not be very high, but their good for the patients can have in fact a high PVR. So very important when we talk about PA pressure, PA systolic pressure, what is RV function? That is very important. Like in case of aortic stenosis, if a gradient is 30 or 40, there can be low flow, low gradient aortic stenosis. Same way, right ventricular low flow, low gradient kind of thing. So low flow, right ventricular dysfunction can have the less pulmonary artery pressure. Does not rule out that patient doesn't have the high PVR. So these are the important parameters which everyone has to understand that. Important hemodynamic parameter tests for the potential transplant candidate is pulmonary arterial hypertension and raised PVR is a contraindication for transplant when PVR is more than 6 or PPG is more than 16 to 20 mm mercury. If along with the systolic pressure is more than 60 mm, so one of these three, like all the these two, if pulmonary arterial systolic pressure is also more than 60, then these patients can have high risk of aortic failure and death after the transplant. If PVR is less than 2.5, please watch like when we give the provocative case, and if PVR has gone down, systolic blood pressure and along with the systolic blood pressure also goes down less than 85 mm. So when you do the provocative case to bring down the PVR, to bring down the systolic pressure, but if the systemic pressure also goes down less than 80 mm mercury, then again these patients are not the good patients and they have the high risk of RV dysfunction and death. I won't go into the transplant for the pediatric populations, but of course the pediatric populations the data are much better and the little higher limit of these things can be accepted because they have the better adaptability. These are the criteria given for the shock in right ventricular dysfunction. So each patient has considered this is the difference between the right ventricular dysfunction and right ventricular failure. If patient has CVP more than 10, CVP to PCWP ratio is more than 16, more than 0.63, and PAPI, this PAPI is very important. PAPI score, I tell you, this is one of the very important score, that is the pulsatility index score. Pulmonary pulsatility index score, and this score everyone should remember when they talk about RV assist devices or RV failure. And this score is what? It is the ratio between the pulse pressure divided by CVP. Pulse pressure of what? Pulmonary artery pressure. That means what? If patient has got 40/20 pressures, pulmonary pressure, they have the pulse pressure of 20, and that indicates good pulse pressure. That means RV function is preserved. If patient's PAPI score, that is a pulse pressure divided by CVP, if it is less than 20, less than 2, that means patient has RV dysfunction. Less than 1.5, it is into the RV failure, and less than 1, it indicates patient needs RV assist devices. So the PAPI score is very important score, but recent criteria show that for the heart transplants, these are the criteria which indicate that patient is needing bed admissions. So this is what is now when like in the previous talk we have discussed. Now I will take only 5 minutes. Now the previous talk we were talking about the Swan-Ganz catheter. How many of you are using Swan-Ganz catheter routinely? Right, good number of cases. But what we do, and I hope everyone must be doing it. What we do by using your right ventricular function is that we don't straight away put the catheter into the PA. We just put it right ventricle, we measure the right ventricle, we just keep the PA pressures in the tip of catheter in the RV for some time, say 10 seconds to 15 seconds, and we just check the systolic and diastolic pressure. We note down, and then we just float it into the pulmonary artery, and then we see the systolic and diastolic pressure. So what is important is, this is RV stroke, RV waveform, and this is a pulmonary artery waveform. You can see this is the difference of the diastolic pressure of, and you all know that the right ventricular diastolic pressure and pulmonary diastolic pressure is a difference. But when this difference becomes equalized, that indicates that RV is significantly dysfunctional. So these patients, they will require high inotropic vasodilatation therapies and particularly nitric oxide in intraoperative, nitric oxide inhalation intraoperative period when this patient has got diastolic equalizations. So diastolic equalization of PA and RV is very, very important, and that's probably is a good predictor for the outcome. So this is how we do it actually. You can see the diastolic equalization that becomes nearly normal here. And this upstroke, why this pulse pressure is important, PA pulse pressure is important, and therefore systolic and diastolic is important. Because if the pulse pressure is wide, there is a good right ventricular stroke curve. That is where, so area under the curve of pulmonary artery waveform is better, that's a good right ventricular cardiac output. So if patient has got low pulse pressure, we always try to put the needs to this patient. So if patient has got low needs, the cerebral oximetry is less than 70, and if patient has got diastolic equalization, that indicates that all chances of developing this patient into multi-organ dysfunction is very high. So we have to utilize very wisely of the catheter what we have along with that cerebral oximetry, and we have a nice talk by Dr. Kamlesh for the cerebral oximetry. So that utility of cerebral oximetry, particularly right ventricular dysfunction, plays an important role, because once right ventricular dysfunction sets in, this back pressure lead to the venous congestion of all organs, and the perfusion of that particular organ deteriorates. So the cerebral oximetry, that's it, the cerebral oximetry will go down. I won't go much into the debate about the monitoring and measurement in transplant, because we have next talk after that by Dr. Chetan. So this is what I was talking about, the Pakistan pulmonary artery index. There is a historic one of the pressures, and remember this is very important parameters. I won't go into the detail about the echocardiography. I think I'm sure Chintan is going to take care of this. This is one of the case of post-transplant. Like this is the part. This is the third day what we get right ventricular dysfunction. Patient has got significant tricuspid regurgitation. It could be non-caught in zone of tricuspid LLC. Then we always restrain. So fortunately in our center, I have gotten opportunities to assess the patient for the transplants. We just do complete parameters by ourselves. Post-operative complete thoracic and transesophageal is in our domain. So we can take completely data of the patient, and we do strain and speckle to all the patients pre and post. And on that basis we decide on the biopsy. I think Dr. Suresh will be the better person to put a light on that. After giving the pulse therapy of steroid, the patients started improving, and still function and tricuspid regurgitation also started reducing after that. So if you say the treatment of RV functions improves the coronary perfusion, and for increasing the cord, there's a 5 important way of managing the RV dysfunction. First is improve the coronary perfusion, means you have to act upon this. So you have to see that patient RV perfusion does not go down, RV filling pressures go up, and that can only be happened once we reduce his RV space and the tricuspid regurgitations. Myocardial oxygen consumptions, so again we have to touch on these RECS perfusions. We have to manage RV preload, optimize RV preload, and in that case, anyway we have to see that CV should not go by more than 10. I have had an opportunity to work with the Unmicrc is a harmonic figure for hemodynamics. We always say that CVP of 10 is a cosmetic thing on the numbers. But again, when we talk about the CVP for the when it is associated with the RV function, is the criteria beyond that we should be very careful. Manage TBI and afterload, maintain the IV compatibility, and all these things can be happen with a vasodilator therapy. And again, I will go a little fast on this. I will not, because everyone knows about the treatments and just three important segments. I will just talk about the therapy. First of all, nitric oxide. So there are the ample number of the studies for the nitric oxide, and the criteria of nitric oxide is after failing vitamin and milrinol, and still PVR is very high. We give the nitric oxide, but not nitric oxide. We start with the 10 ppm, go to the 20, maximum to 25, but the data are there for up to 70 ppm. But we don't go up to that. We just maintain to 20 to 25. But most important aspect is when you start winning up the nitric oxide. This is nitric oxide just diffuse out of the pulmonary capillary membrane and it goes in the blood and bind with hemoglobin and disappears from the circulation. So once we just stop the nitric oxide, suddenly the effect goes up. So very important that when you win up the nitric oxide, we go very gradually. Sildenafil, I don't know how many people using IV sildenafil. You use IV sildenafil? Yeah. So this IV sildenafil is very important. We give 8 milligram per hour, 8 hours or 10 milligrams over 8 hours. Like that's what we use it over a period of time. And sildenafil has really made a good difference in the outcomes after vitamin and milrinol, where we just use the sildenafil and adenosine we don't use and we have not used. I don't know how many of you have used adenosine. So sildenafil has got good data actually, and that sildenafil has very great acid as well as reducing pulmonary blood pressures. Assist devices. If everything fails in IV assist device is very important in transplant patients. But if we don't have any more good data or experience of IV assist devices, what we are using routinely is an actor. And that's what we are using in the pre-operative stabilizer patients for ECMO. We have the transplants and ECMO talks coming forward, so I will not go into the further to it. So here we can end because of the lack of time. I think we are going much delayed as per the schedule, so I'll just stop with it. But if you have any queries about the treatment kind of problems, any questions, you can feel to talk to me anytime. Any questions on this dysfunction? Right? Chintan, do you have any input to this?
Everything is covered so
Any Dr. Suresh, you would like to him because I would like to listen from him.
I think you have covered the topic well. It seems that
Can we have this another one, please?
yeah, is it required? Can hear it. So I think
majority of points
I think he has discussed well all the points. Only thing, pulmonary hypertension. Yes, both PVR and pulmonary hypertension are different. Important because whenever there is a pulmonary hypertension, there are two components. One is fixed and one is reversible component. So majority of the times, heart failure patients, they will have pulmonary hypertension because of the high LA pressure. And once you reduce the LA pressure, the pulmonary pressure will come down. So I will assess this reversibility. That's what, as I said, the milrinol usually will come down. Another thing is the DPG. So we also look at the DPG. I don't know the So in the immediate post-transplant period also, there will be again two elements because even if the DPG is less, in the immediate post-transplant period, there may be a reversible component of pulmonary hypertension. That's why some nitric oxide or these videos. So second thing is when you choose a heart, if the recipients why the recipient, even if the patient has got pulmonary hypertension, we won't see the RVS. For example, what we do is, if you have a patient with high PVR, you will take the organs from the smoker, because smokers will have pulmonary hypertension. So that heart works well. Second thing is the weight. Suppose the recipient is 50 kg and high pulmonary hypertension. We take the organ from a 90 kg person. So that weight will be used to high cardiac hypertension.
So how do you space on this total respiratory pressure? How many important respiratory?
So there is, you can take a big organ or a small organ. There is no point. Only it is when the recipient is 90 kg. Sorry, recipient is 90 kg. Donor is hardly 50 kg. Then the heart may not be able to take it. So usually you will not accept more than 30%. Pediatric use as an also they do well, but the problem is there is something called big heart syndrome. So we have a higher cardiac output and we see some stroke all the time. So we aggressively control the blood pressure. Don't use much amplification.
I have a question. Actually, it's monitoring this PPG. That is here to work. I don't know whether you are facing problem, but a few recipients, we have seen that we are not able to reach the target. I was thinking like 40 patients, almost 5 patients I had that problem. Whatever you do, because of maybe MR or whatever result, whatever you do, I cannot load up to the, like, you cannot get the PCW, you can get up to the PA. So in that way, how you calculate the PPG or PVR?
One is we do the DPG. The DPG is low, so obviously we don't have.
But as expert, we don't have, see, we have dash with blood pressure, but we don't have the weight pressure. So in that we cannot calculate the dash with pressure.
We do the echo. In MR, you can calculate the weight.
In few cases we will
Then you do the doctor issue of the
E by E prime also gives the idea of
blood
the
pressure.
pressure.
And if there is any doubt, we will take
Cash
care
and
of
direct annually.
So what would be reason why you cannot float out is a wage efficiently?
This is many times wage is not possible. It will not go on. It will go to PA, whatever you do here. 1 hour we tried two patients, but we couldn't wage the time. It goes up to PA.
what time is it's not waging. Sometimes it goes we think somebody should be
So this is important point by echo guide, you can see that this is the claim it is reflected in sometimes we take as a dash to the patient. The dash is PA dash will be even on this but in transplant it may not be the same. We have some dash to the patient.
So how about you measure the LA pressure? Then use this LA pressure, then wage pressure, and then
So that is what we calculate echo guide
by
and
echo
echo
guide.
guide.
when you have problem of table also you can
So this is for like pre-transplant when we are testing the patient and pre-transplant. Not in routine we have never found any problem.
Okay.
Heart transplantation is a nice one.
Okay.
No, only
Let's
that.
talk about that
No,
patient.
no, no. The pre-transplant evaluation when we are doing the local patient is already
We have seen in bioventricular dysfunction, conjugative heart failure and open keep on pushing it.
it will not be a wage. It will not be.
That's what we have realized, and beyond that we don't have that drugs to just keep on pushing.
Because it requires a rupture because they are thin, tall, heart and everything.
So, a beautiful topic made easy by Dr. Hemant. His beautiful graphics and very good explanation. Now, the next one is Dr. Chintan Sheth. He'll be talking on perioperative monitoring in transplant patients. It will be moderated by Dr. Prugesh Prajapati and Dr. Prakash Vedani, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Chintan is consultant cardiac anesthetic at Sims Hospital. But just for the sake of completion, and is young and enthusiastic cardiac anesthetist is always looking and working towards good academic section.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, thank you very much, Naman sir, for kind introduction and even inviting me for this lecture. And actually, when we started our program, we took a lot of help from Dr. Suresh Rao sir and Dr. Ravi Kumar is associate cardiology with his team, and most of our protocols is from MGM, means Dr. Balas and Dr. Suresh Rao's protocol. So we are always thankful to them for sharing their protocol and always guiding us. I think all over India are following their protocols. As a team with Dr. Eric Thompson and Dr. I have experience of managing 41 heart transplant recipients. And actually there is no proper guidelines for management or monitoring for heart transplant. Most of are the consensus statements by ISHLT. So here I will present actually what we do, how we manage our patients and how we monitor and how we perioperative to management monitor guided. So I will start with the case. So 51-year-old female patient. This we did last month. So dilated cardiomyopathy with elevated RV dysfunction since 5 years. AICD implanted for her in 2018. There is worsening of symptoms of heart failure in last 2 months, and she has been referred to us. We checked the VO2 max, it is 8, less than 12 is become indication for the transplant. And we did her right heart cath evaluation. Transpulmonary gradient was 6. It should be less than 15 mm of HG2 post. She has adequate KPG was 6. Cardiac output was 3.5 liter per minute, and that's become the PVR of 1.71 good unit. Generally, when PVR is less than 3 and DPG is less than 15, we accept the patient for the heart transplant. So we have posted her on the list. And when we found the suitable donor, we called the recipient, and one echo is acceptable. So this is the donor echo. So we can see that there is some LV dysfunction, LV is not brisk, ejection fraction around 45%, there is some anterior wall hypocardia is there. And this is the surgical video of the donor heart, and we can see that donor heart is good, coronaries there are no plaques in the coronaries, this patient's leukocyte cross-match was negative, and so we accepted this donor. We have kept this in mind, there will be some issues because post-operatively, because he has some LV dysfunction. But we accepted this heart because recipient PVR was normal, like less than 3, 1.71 only, and this donor was on high vasopressor support, like high NORAD and vasopressin 20 ml per hour, very high dose. So we accepted this is because of the LV strain pattern, EF is low, otherwise EF known around 30 years. So once patient is shifted to OR, we connect the 5-lead ECG like any other center do, and we always keep the ECG leads for IABP because this patient may require IABP on table. And SpO2 is been connected. We put 16 gauge Vigo, wide bore Vigo because they may require higher blood transfusions or higher fast fluid replacement. So arterial lines, any radial arterial line is fine, but we prefer right radial artery because if this patient is to go on peripheral VA ECMO, then as we all know, peripheral VA ECMO, there will be retrograde flow, and if LV is rejecting, the selectively upper part of the body, like head and brain, is supplied by the blood injected by the LV, and that saturation of the upper body is determined by the how is the native lung. So if native lung is fine, then PO2 of brain and upper body is fine. If native lung is not good, then PO2 will be low. So we have to check the frequent ATVs from the right radial artery and check that upper body, like brain mainly getting the oxygenated blood. So if that's why we calibrate the right radial artery, but it's okay, we can even calibrate the left radial artery. And when patient is on peripheral ECMO, pulsatility of the LV is better determined by the right radial artery. And we even calibrate the femoral artery also, that we do after induction. So we prefer left femoral artery because we keep the right groin for the surgeons, because sometimes surgeons want to put the VA ECMO by doing surgical access. Sometimes they have problem with the repairing the IBC. So they use the femoral vein for the IBC drainage on the bypass. And we put the femoral lines because this patient may require echo in emergency condition. So if we have line, just we may float the bar and put the IBC. So once the arterial line is secured, we connect it with the flow track and monitor the cardiac output and cardiac index. This will give us the left side of the cardiac output and cardiac index. So central venous line we generally put after induction, but in very sick patient coming for heart transplant, we put before induction when patient is very sick. So right IJV we put both the Swan's catheter and CVP catheter both in the right IJV. So and CVP catheter we put the antibiotic coated. So generally we put Arrow Blue Plus which is coated by chlorhexidine and silver sulfadiazine. Not only the lumen of the catheter, but even the extensor lines are also antibiotic coated. So sometimes we have to keep this even for 15 to 20 days in the sick patient. So you always put antibiotic coated central line. Other is Multistar 3 by Y1. This is coated by rifampicin and niconazole, which has broad spectrum antibacterial and antifungal activity. So either of antibiotic coated central line has been put. Swan case we generally float up to the PA, and we monitor and note the baseline PA pressures. But sometimes in few patients when there is severe TR or when there are risk of high arrhythmias, then we don't float the PA. We just park the PA into the sheath and keep, and once heart is transplanted, and when we are off CPB, then we float the PA catheter. If you are putting the PA catheter, please don't connect any hydrodrops or anything into the PA lines, because we have to withdraw and park into the IJV. Then knees. So before we induce the patient, this is the arterial line, central line, and we put the knees. I think knees is I love this monitor. It's the most sensitive monitor I have seen. So whenever there is problem, first monitor alarm is the knees monitor. So knees, as you all know, we have to see the baseline value. When baseline value is less than 20%, it's a warning. When knees is less than 30% of the baseline value, it's a critical and we have to act fast. So anytime knees is low, we have to see the determinants of oxygen delivery, like either your talking about cardiac output or hemoglobin or saturation. And knees is very important to know what mean arterial pressure we can accept. So sometimes what happens that we cannot do mean arterial pressure like more than 50 or 55. So in such patient with mean arterial pressure of 50, if knees is maintained, then we can accept that pressure till we do something else to optimize the blood pressure. But if knees of like mean pressure of 60 or 65, but if knees is low, we have to act fast and we have to do something like we may have to go on inside IABP. So MEP is this knees is very important, even pre-CPB, on CPB, even post-CPB, that what mean arterial pressure we can accept. And we put knees because if patient is primary graft dysfunction after the transplant, as I told, it will give the excellent idea about the when to go for mechanical circulatory support. If our patient is on high inotropes and vasopressin, still knees is low, we have to early institute the VA ECMO. And on ECMO, if there is like Hurricane syndrome, as what we have discussed in the previous slide, and when it's a peripheral VA ECMO and there is differential hypoxia of the upper part of the body, lower part of the body. So to differentiate that, if knees is that we know that upper part of body is not getting oxygenated blood, and to know even the optimal ECMO flow, what optimal ECMO flow we should keep, knees is important. So knees is very important monitor during the heart patient, our physiological goals for induction is like any other patient, avoid reduction in preload, avoid increase in afterload, avoid myocardial depression and avoid bradycardia. We induce in midazolam, fentanyl, indomitable, very sick patient and hypotension, then we even use Hemodynamic, cisatracurium. Induction immunosuppression, we give basiliximab 20 mg IV state, and second is methylprednisolone total 1 gram we give 500 mg at the time of induction, 250 mg we give on the CPP prime and another 250 gram before releasing the cross-claim, and antibiotics, piperacin, tazobactam, tacrolimus. So after induction, we monitor ETCO2, nasopharyngeal temperature, urine output and T. I think T is the most important monitor. I think 70% of the information throughout the perioperative period, what we get is from T, means what we manage is from T. So this is the echo of pre-transplant patient. So we can see that severely dilated LV, dysfunction of RV, then strikers with regurgitation, and this echo will use pre-transplant until we go into CPD. So in this patient, as there was some hypotension after induction, we started him on low dose of mildrinone and added some vasopressin to that patient. So intraoperative management, so now heart has come, it has been anastomosized, and so before releasing the cross-clamp, we give methylprednisolone 250 mg on CPD, and after releasing cross-clamp, if heart is not beating, we have to put the pacing wires. So we put epicardial pacing wire rate at the and pace at the rate of 110 per minute, and we start empirically inotropes to support the heart. So inotrope of choice is adrenaline and mildrinone. So adrenaline is very important because as we have discussed, there will be RV dysfunction post heart transplant, and adrenaline is a potent inotropic agent and which gives very good kick to the RV, and that kick is important to overcome the high PVR of the recipient. So adrenaline, and in most other cases of cardiac cases we are worried about adrenaline because it causes tachycardia also, but here in this case we need rate of around 110 per minute. So in these cases we are not much worried about the tachycardia. So adrenaline actually the drug of choice post heart transplant. So once cross-clamp is off and before releasing, before even giving the load, we start adrenaline. And second thing is mildrinone, which is an inodilator, which we all know. But if mean pressure is low, that is there are many causes, that there can be vasoplasia of this patient that we'll see in the subsequent slide. So if mean pressure is low, we don't start mildrinone, but instead of we start dobutamine 5 to 10 microgram per kg per minute. And if you see this adrenaline or dobutamine, which are beta agonist, and mildrinone, they have synergistic and additive effect because this beta agonist, they work on the beta receptor and increase the cyclic AMP, and cyclic AMP work as a second messenger, increase the intracellular calcium which causes a contraction, and this phosphodiesterase inhibitors, it will inhibit the degradation of the cyclic AMP and increase the level of cyclic AMP. So they both have additive and synergistic effect, that's why we should use both together for more inotropic effect. And if mean pressure is low, like less than 60 ml of Hg, even we are actually not given load, but even if on CPD, sometimes we have seen mean pressure like 50-55. But to support the mean pressure, generally coronals will be perfused after opening of the clamp. So our choice of vasopressin is vasopressin because vasopressin does not increase the PVR. If we start noradrenaline, it will increase both SVR also and PVR also, pulmonary vascular resistance and systemic vascular resistance. So, but this vasopressin increases only SVR and not the PVR. So our choice of vasopressin is vasopressin. So we go up to generally 2 units per hour in 50 to 60 kg of the patient. And after 1.5 to 2 units per hour, still we require more vasopressin effect. Then we add noradrenaline. But we try to pick noradrenaline as low as possible because it increases the PVR, and as we have discussed that PVR, high PVR is the most problem post-operative. And invariably of the patient's PVR, we start innate nitric oxide on all the patients once we start the ventilation. So after 30 to 45 minutes, we give support on the CPD. We fill the heart gradually, and once we started filling, we see few things on T, like adequate T airing is there or not. That is very important because if there are air, it can go into coronal and further decrease the LV contractility. And we check all the anastomotic sites for narrowing or kinking. So this is wonderful picture of the surgical view. So there are 5 anastomosis, as you all know. First is the SVC anastomosis, second is the IVC anastomosis, third is the LA. So this is their
If they are putting patch and if patch is bigger, then it can cause even kinking also. So we have seen both the cases, both the scenario of stenosis also, and because of oversized patch, there will be kinking of the patch. So in that kinking of the patch, surgeons went on the again CPB candidated from the femoral vein, so it has enough space to work on the IVC. So IVC anastomosis is very important to check. Any questions so far we can discuss while it is no, we generally don't use that. It can be used, it's not that we cannot use. But then we have better agent like Nidrinol or Dobutamine, so no, we generally don't use isoprene. Isoprene generally is for rate, only to maintain, and we have epicardial pacing, so we like to pace instead of starting isoprene.
That's what I have observed, and I always push them. Just give a bolus of vitamin. It helps a lot. And then you can pay for your early days. That is what I have taken back from that institute.
One advantage is it can have some additive effect when you use glutathione on this kind, this phosphodiesterase.
The other thing is that what I think very good special was when I was there working with them, I used to say to them that once we start suturing the LA, even I say that we start the Milrinone not in the bottom, through the line, whatever it goes into the system. And once you finish your LA cuff suturing, you stop the Milrinone. So the advantage of that is that it dilates the whole peripheries, and then once you release a clamp, then you can have that better effect. That even if you want to give it a bottom, it's easy to afford. So that is what I always believe, and this is one of the other objective plan from Australia, that this helps. And all those extended criteria donors which we take, it has really worked well that when we start the Milrinone, we start switching the
As sir discussed, Milrinone is wonderful drug, but problem is vasodilation. And most of the time, because of vasodilation, we cannot give, we are not able to give the optimal dose of Milrinone. So elastomosis, so aortic elastomosis. This is the transgastric view and PA elastomosis, and we can appreciate some PR is there, some mild pulmonary regurgitation is there. This is unobstructed PA elastomosis, and we have to see the pulmonary patient after 45 minutes rest on CPP, we started gradually filling the heart, and this is how the echo is showing, and this was expected because as I have mentioned before, this is margin and donor and VF was 45%. We got the heart from the shoulder. This came at almost 3 hours and 45 minutes. So there is some LV dysfunction, not some, there is significant LV dysfunction, there is RV dysfunction also, and there is the PF. So now how to go ahead with this? So our, like what we follow, absolutely our protocol, how we manage such kind of patients. So whenever there is, when we are coming off the bypass or when you have partial support of bypass and then systemic hypotension and mean arterial pressure is the 60 mm of HG. So if CVP is less than 10, pulmonary capillary ratio is less than 12, and PA systolic pressure is less than 1/3 of the systemic blood pressure. So PA systolic pressure always should be seen in respect to what is the systolic blood pressure. So if systolic blood pressure is 90 and PA pressure is 40, then it is high. But if systemic pressure is 140 and PA pressure is 40, then it's normal. It's less than 1/3 of the systemic blood pressure. So always see systemic PA pressure in response to systemic blood pressure. So if it is systolic PA is less than 1/3 of the systemic blood pressure, then patient is hypovolemic and give fluids to that patient to overcome the hypotension. Then if low cardiac index, less than 2.1 liter per minute meter square, and on echo as we have seen that decrease LV or RV contractility on echo, then it can be either LV dysfunction or it can be primary RV dysfunction or it can be RV dysfunction because of high PVR. So how to differentiate these conditions? So if this is LV dysfunction, then there will be high pulmonary capillary wave pressure and high PA pressures because of left-sided problem. So LF pressures and pulmonary pressures will go up. If there is primary RV dysfunction, then there can be low pulmonary capillary wave pressure and low PA pressure because that Dr. Naman has described, when RV is not ejecting well, it cannot fill the pulmonary artery, it cannot give preload to the LA and LV. So obviously PA pressures and wave pressures will be low. And because of back pressure changes, there will be very high CVP. So CVP will be like 20 or 22 mm of pressure. Now RV dysfunction with high PVR, there can be normal or low pulmonary capillary wave pressure because problem is at the PVR level. So PCWP can be normal or even low. Very high PA pressures and high PVR. And there will be high CVP. So this is how we differentiate that where is the problem with echo and with this hemodynamic monitoring. So afterwards we check what is the SVR, so what is the systemic muscular resistance index. So normal is 1900 to 2300 9/centimeter/5. So if SVR is normal or higher, means it is optimal, like around 1900 or 2000, right? Then our choice to treat is like we give Mildrinol because the inodilator, so it will help increase inotropy and decrease afterload also. We give low dose of adrenaline, like around less than 0.1 mics per kg per minute. So low dose has beta effect, so it will not increase the SVR, but just it will support the inotropy. Dobutamine we can add, and levosimentan is wonderful drug. Even there are studies also which is useful for primary graft dysfunction of the LV. So levosimentan can be used provided we have adequate SVR to support that. And if SVRI is low, like less than 1500 or like that, then our choice of inotropy and meningitis is adrenaline higher dose, so alpha dose. So it will give the inotropy also, and with that it will give the vaso adequate muscular tone also. We avoid Mildrinol and we like to give dobutamine to that patient for inotropy. And as I discussed, the choice of vasopressin is vasopressin first because it will not increase the PVR, it will just increase the SVR. So vasopressin, and after 2 units per hour or 3 units per hour of vasopressin, then we add the noradrenaline to support the SVR. And with high PVR, as we have discussed, inhaled nitric oxide and ventricular management to reduce the PVR. So hyperoxia, increase FiO2, hyperventilate and our P. So by this we can manage like what is the preload, what is the contractility, where is the dysfunction, and what is the afterload. And according to that we can manage. So in this patient, so vasopressia, what I have discussed, that low SVR is very common. The studies also plus almost 60 to 70% of the patient post heart transplant. And that's the reason most of the time we cannot give Mildrinol to these patients. So definition is like refractory hypotension, low SVRI, elevated cardiac output, cardiac rate towards the hyperdynamic circulation, and requiring very high doses of vasopressors. Causes are like when patient pre-transplant of Albert or ECMO and recipient. These are two very common. Recipient of Albert minimum is whatever is ischemia time, at least give 1/3 time of the support on CPP. So before you try to clean off the CPP, at least 1/3 time. At 4 hours ischemia time, 1 hour 15 minutes support on CPP is must. So after 1.5 ratio, all this optimize the diameter. So after 1.5 ratio optimize the diameter of the causal pressure, we can see that now IB has improved. It is near with around 35 to 40%. RB has improved significantly and PR has also decreased. So now with this echo, we wean that patient from the CPP and support it. Second important thing on transplant is management of coagulability. And rotem or tag guided management of coagulability is very important. So before we off the cross-leg, right, still before doing the programming, we check the extent and fifth time. Because extent is like we are checking the prothrombin time, so it will not interfere by the repairing effect. So on, even with the effect of repairing also we can check this. And if clotting time, if CT is prolonged of this, then it suggests it's a coagulation factor deficiency. So FFP or either we can give the prothrombin complex or whatever. And this clot from this time, if it is higher, means this time, then it can be because of deficiency of either platelets or fibrinogen that we can differentiate by the running the 15. If 15, A10 or A5 is low, that says fibrinogen deficiency. If 15 is normal, then it's because of platelet deficiency. So in this patient, we ordered FFP and we just keep reserved platelets if patient bleeds. So before even we reverse the protamine hypering, we can have idea about the what we will expect when we go off CP. Then after protamine, after reversal of the repairing, we check intem and haptem. So in intem, it's like APPT. So if intem is prolonged and haptem actually neutralize the effect of repairing by adding the enzyme repairing agent. So if haptem CP is normal, clotting time is normal, and intem is prolonged, that suggests it's a residual effect of repairing, and we should give more protamine. But this is not the case. Even though acidity is high because of coagulability, don't give protamine because protamine itself works as an anticoagulant because it inhibits the factor 5. And that's why it is also very common we keep giving protamine for high acidity. At high acidity because of coagulation factor deficiency, and ultimately we end up with the more coagulability. And if on extreme like this hyperfibrinolysis and on haptem is like antifibrotic agent, and when it's become normal on haptem, then it's the need for the antifibrotic agent like tranexamic acid. So monitoring this rotem or tag is very important because studies have shown that more the platelets, FFP, RBC we give, more the mortality. So almost 25% mortality when we give more than 10 units of platelets, 5 units of FFP, and 5 units of RBC. So with this we, after adequate hemostasis secured, we shifted the patient to the ICU. This is a nitric oxide delivery system and all the hydrodrops monitors. So we shifted this patient with adrenaline of 0.15 miles per kg, dobutamine of 7.5, midranone 0.375 because we couldn't give more midranone to this patient because SCI was low, vasopression 1.5 and monitoring 0.1 miles per kg. And our goal of this patient post-transplant is maintenance CVP 8 to 12, MAP 65 to 70, hydrate 100 to 110, systolic wave pressure should be 1/3 of the systolic BP, cardiac index more than 2.1, injury number 0.25 to 1 ml per kg. Few points on post-operative or early post-operative management is we check ABG before thoroughly by protocol, and initially few ABGs for first 24 hours we can expect higher lactate. So bicarb is normal. Bicarb will be 26, 27, but lactate will be 10, 15. And there are some studies also which will look into this why lactate is so high. So because they are in failure, pre-transplant, and there are a lot of like peripheries are under perfused because of low cardiac index. The cardiac index will be 1.2 many of this patient. And once they get adequate cardiac output, when they get warm, then lactate will recirculate into the system. And for first almost 24 hours, we have seen few patients lactates are high with normal bicarb. In that we don't need to do anything. The patient is fine, hemodynamic stable, passing good amount during just except that lactate over the time it will decrease. We maintain albumin 3.5 to 4 gram per deciliter. This is very important because on transthoracic echo, we do routinely almost every day by protocol we do transthoracic echo for this patient for almost first 5 days, and whenever required any hemodynamic stability again we check. So this is the echo first post-operative day. LV has become 55 to 60%, RV has improved, and some evidence of PR, and PR will be there initially for a few days until RV will become settled. And this is the TAPSE is the spy. So as sir has discussed, post heart transplant, this vertical fibers of the RV will take longer time. We have seen even 3 to 6 months it take to TAPSE become 12 to 15. And the circumferential fibers or free wall motion that will be recovered early. I think even with milrinone adrenaline, as you discussed, that free wall will move better compared to this vertical motion. So initially TAPSE will be low. So don't just go RV function on the TAPSE monitoring only. And IVC is 15 mm. These patients have dilated IVC. Initially, most of these patients are volume loaded. They require aggressive diuresis, because if you don't diurese them well, that CVP will keep rising because of some RV dysfunction also develops. They will decrease in the urine output and devastated hypertension. And if you see the PR guided RVSP is like 16 plus CVP, so we got 25 mm FG. So on first post-operative day, patient's hemodynamic stable, good BPM 106, PA versus low 23 by 15, mean of 16, even SPI optimized, cardiac output, cardiac index, all is optimized, and passing good amount of urine on CPAP reading is perfectly fine, and so we extubated this patient on the first post-operative day. So ICU management, as sir discussed, that taper of nitric oxide should be gradual. If you just taper off like from 20, you just stop it, then there will be rebound pulmonary vasoconstriction that will actually increase the ppm. So it should be graded. So we generally do by every 3 ppm by 1 to 2 hours. We gradually remove the nitric oxide. Now once we this tapering of the nitric oxide, we have to support something with the selective pulmonary vasodilator. So this is our protocol. We give IV sildenafil once we start tapering the nitric oxide, very low dose, 0.5 to 1 milligram per hour. And once this we give IV for almost 24 hours, and followed by we start oral sildenafil or tadalafil. Tadalafil is single dose. Sildenafil we have to give PDS. This is like OD dose. Or if high PPR we even add every also. So endoblock which include every and tadalafil we add in this patient totally. And we generally review once this patient when PA is normal, LV is normal or echo. We are not worried about now PA pressure. We are not more worried about RV dysfunction. What is the CVT? So there is no need of keeping the PA catheter for the longer time if PA is normal and LV is normal. So we generally remove PA catheter and sheet on second post-operative day. That will even decrease the risk of infection also. And one of the two lines, either radial or femoral. If radial is good pulse, we remove femoral line. Otherwise, we keep the femoral line, remove the radial line. So only one line is required. And from all the invasive lines and peripheral, we send the blood tensions. So on fifth post-operative day, this is the echo of the patient, absolutely fine of LV. There will be some RV dysfunction which will settle. There will be some PR. This will take almost 3 months to settle. So this is another case in which we have opened the flap, we have supported this patient for 3 hours on CPD, and still this is how the echo looks. So this is severe LV dysfunction. There is no ejection from the LV, and this is for the primary graft dysfunction. So early graft dysfunction is divided into two, and which is called when it occurs in 24 hours. It's called early graft dysfunction. So primary graft dysfunction. So ventricular dysfunction, either LV and or RV of the donor graft, which fails to meet the circulatory requirements of the recipient with normal preload and afterload. So it's the problem of the only anotropia contractility. Preload afterload is optimized and normal. And its mechanism is dull myocarditis because of ischemia reperfusion injury. And incidence is almost 2 to 28% and mortality is 30%. So still it is the first leading cause of first 30-day mortality. Highest attributed to first one is the primary graft failure. Secondary graft failure, where there is some cause for the graft failure like hyperactive rejection or high PPR induced RV dysfunction followed by ventricular interdependence, and there will be LV dysfunction, thinking or narrowing of the anastomosis, what we see, and bleeding or cardiac background. So primary graft dysfunction by ISHLT critical circulatory support like alveolar or ECMO is severe, and RV PGD sir has already discussed in which CVP will be high and CWP will be low with low cardiac index, and requirement of private circulatory assistance is the primary graft dysfunction of the RV. So there are many risk factors, donor, procurement, recipients, surgery related which can cause the primary graft dysfunction, but this highlighted in the red are the most common, and once the recipient is on mechanical support before transplant, usage of amiodarone in the recipient, ischemia by more than 4 hours, undersize donor by more than 30% by predicted heart mass, and more blood transfusion has been required. These all are the risk factors for the primary graft dysfunction. And our patient, what we have described as mild primary graft dysfunction, and we have managed with inotropes, and if require vasopressin, if vasopressin is preferred, we can nitric oxide. Moderate with inotropes, we have to put IABP, and if severe. Now severe is important what to do. So there are two choices, either we put the Centrimex or we can put the VA. And we again two choices, central or peripheral. So goal of any MCS, this is latest published in ISFP 2020. What should be the goal of MCS? Cardiac index should more than 2.2, PCWP should be less than 80, CVP should be less than 10, and FFP should be 60 to 80 mm. This should be goal of patients on VA or even Centrimex. So now this is very good study published in 2017, which is saying what should be done with primary graft is either VA or Centrimex, which is ventricular assisted device. So 597 heart transplant patient, 44 developed severe PGD, in their 17 received bed and 27 received VA. And what they have found out, implantation of temporary bed required longer cardiopulmonary bypass time, longer support time, higher incidence of major bleeding, higher incidence of dialysis, where even mortality is higher with the beds, winning is more with the VA ECMO. 3 years post-transplant survival was higher with the VA ECMO, and conclusion is severe PGD. VA ECMO is better over the beds. Now, early versus late ECMO initiation, the group has what they have found out that early approach like ECMO initiation in the operating room itself, when mean arterial pressure is less than 60, CVP more than 60, cardiac index less than 2, with despite of more than 2 high dose inotropes or 2 high dose vasopressin. This is the condition. And if you put the ECMO in OR, it is called prompt approach in there. And afterwards, if you put the additional conservative approach in what they have found out that median time of initiation and prompt is 1.95 hours because it has been put in OR. In conservative 7.2 hours. In hospital mortality is less. Only 5% with prompt, and in conservative we put delayed is 28%. And survival is also better with the prompt. So what they concluded, early and aggressive initiation of ECMO patient with severe PGD resulted in excellent allograft recovery, suggested it is moderate. So early ECMO initiation with OR is important. And central versus peripheral. So advantages of central ECMO that we can fast insertion because stage is open, anti-grade flow which prevents LV after which prevent increase in LV afterload. We can have direct evaluation of heart power decompression, and we can put the like directly LV vent can be put easiest way to restore LV vent, and hybrid approach like this, in which what we have done like ECMO is to provide a central approach but cannula is unable. So chest can be closed, and because of chest is closed, patient can be mobilized and then reduce chances of infection. Disadvantages is infection, bleeding, reoperation to decannulate and difficult mobilization, peripheral VA ECMO, advantage LV distensions, and LV vent we have to put an APLR, IABP, leakage syndrome with peripheral VA ECMO, we have to put the selective cannula or the deep perfusion with peripheral ECMO. And one study which has compared central versus peripheral VA ECMO, and what they compared central VA ECMO with alternative of this cannula is better approach than peripheral VA ECMO. Now, what we have done about that patient is severe PGD, we put a patient on VA ECMO after 24 hours that LVs include started rejecting, and after 6 days of support LVs become normal and medicated ECMO on 6 post-operative day. Secondary graft failure, hyper rejection, which is not common nowadays with HLMH donor, but if it happens, it will plasmapheresis heart pre-transplant. So they have bigger thoracic cavity, which is after transplant, which is filled by some fluid. So the fluid, having the fluid should not be taken for the re-expression, but if this fluid is causing tamponading or compressing, then we should take for the re-expression. High TVR narrow dysfunction, Dr. Nama has taken, I will just go for the echo. So what here is the V-shapes of the LV. You can see because that LV RV size has been increased almost double size of the LV. There will be some TR and IVC dilated. Then bradyarrhythmias are common and it is because of sympathetic degeneration, cytopenic dystonia, and if recipient is on amiodarone. Important point is atrophy is no role, and because now there is no neural connections in the heart. But if you give atrophy, it can paradoxically can cause the asystole AV block. Atrophy should not be given when there is bradyarrhythmias. Tachyarrhythmias again ischemia, degeneration, primary heart failure, rejection, or patient on inotrope. Important point to take is amiodarone should not be given because it can cause bradycardia, even myocardial depression, and may require amiodarone can interfere with the tacrolimus level monitoring. So beta blockers and calcium channel blockers can be used with caution. If required, only if adenosines have accelerated response and can cause asystole. So take home message is wonderful monitor, and we can accept how much BP we can accept that we can that it can guide us. PE cardiac index as well as BP, PAP guided management of inotrope and vasopressors. Hypotension, rising CVP, decrease are given out to all other hallmark of the RV dysfunction, and we should treat that early, otherwise it will cause the LV dysfunction also. So in treatment is maintain higher NLP to maintain the good renal perfusion pressure, because renal perfusion is mean nitric pressure minus CVP. So when CVP is rising, renal perfusion pressure will go down. So that's why in some patients we have to maintain mean nitric pressure more than 80. Then only there will be some dialysis and urine will come. And if urine is not coming by even increasing the high MFP diabetes, then go for early ultra-differentiated dialysis. And rotative and thyroid management of coagulopathy and severe PGD, then early initiation of VA, most centrally connected is the preferred choice. And this is our team, and as you all know, it's a teamwork. One person cannot do the job, and I really thank all of my teammates. Thank you very much.
And Dr. Suresh,
Yeah.
Okay. Comments? Any questions I will answer? I hope I remember some questions there.
Sir, how do you monitor RV dysfunction? If we say taxi is not good, only relying, how is RV explained?
Okay. So one is, most of the time we may see a high CVP. So we have seen isolated RA dysfunction. Your RV function is good, but just the CVP high also we have seen. So in such cases, you just maintain a good urine. Your only problem with high RA pressure is reduced renal perfusion, as I said. As long as you can keep good renal perfusion, you will take care. Now coming to the RV dysfunction, one important thing, now I remember. Once you come out bypass, have a good systolic blood pressure, 100 plus. If it is less than that, you may develop RV dysfunction later. That is because the right coronary perfusion happens throughout the cardiac cycle. So as long as you maintain a good systolic aortic pressure, that will support the right blood. So coming to the diagnosis of RV dysfunction, one is CVP, but make sure that it is not isolated RV dysfunction. Then of course you measure all of you, I suppose you put the continuous cardiac output catheter. So sometimes your pressure is 80, but the cardiac output is 11 liters. So obviously when the cardiac output is very high, that is increased preload on the RV. So RV can fail. So we will, in fact, we will aggressively start vasopressin, make the cardiac output around 5-6 liters, so that the workload on the RV is reduced. Echo-wise, yes, dimensions.
So only TAPSE is not much reliable, but at time we can see. The second thing is free wall. The free wall is not good. The RVOT wall is PR will be there, PR will be there. So these all are signs of like embolism.
So basically, if you have a low wage and high CVP, that indicates you have something wrong with the right. That's just principle.
If you is the best.
I mean, it's the best. Most of the labs, like a E, it is very difficult to do the labs. Unless and until you just go deep down,
Otherwise, we will not get the parallel encode on it.
so it is very difficult. So in that case, we just see other than the labs, and we out of the labs.
In that video also RP was almost 2 times of them. So LV is empty, this you can see LV is completely empty because it's not filling up only because RP is dilated. Because there is no cardiac output from RP. So LV is no preload for it.
If you make an echo at activity, and if it is like what we say lab say, if the echo is less than 10 millimeter, then it is suggested to have more than a moderate RVO. Because RVO is a contributing to the pulmonary sensitivity. So that is, it is seen in the report. There are other parameters. You can see the interrectal septum moving more to the left atrium than the right atrium. In both the face, if it is in both the face systolic and diastolic, then again it is evident that there is something going bad with that. Even the coronary sinus reversal is also seen here. You can see the hepatic venous limitations or IVC or so many other related parameters you can see in the
Pulmonary artery acceleration time is also going
that's more the pulmonary artery.
PDR related.
So any comments?
He has spoken, but all covered. Usually, you will take or depending upon that. Usually, clinics as a most of the times.
So there is again some article literature says that in post-transplant if you give the FFP, there is a multiple donor kind of effect. Then you can initiate.
No, actually, sir, for PEXL, because the HLA is only with the disease.
FFP, I have seen the article, it is also for FFP.
Antibodies.
Sir, you have to say.
I will be what? HPV is
So if hemodynamic is stable and LV is okay, RV is also reasonably okay, then up to 8 we accept. If hemodynamically unstable on high vasopressors, I don't know, then 10 is the.
So I usually avoid transfusion for hemoglobin is 9 is accepted, 2 8 is accepted. So that is the whole idea is avoid multiple transfusions. So we also do the same thing over here.
One more point to add, sir. Only PCV and platelets require irradiation. FFP and cryo doesn't require irradiation if you have
Yes, minimize the so if cannot do everything. So if you know the transcription,
I think before period we were not using protein. Since last 3-4 cases they are using protein. Protein is really very good because pre-CPV only we know what we are expecting. Because tag will do only after the protein. Tag protein we can do. Protein we are very
So we move to the next. Because we all are eager to hear Dr. Suresh Rasa. Again, this is a genetic introduction. Whatever he speaks is supposed to be right. That's what so I request Dr. Suresh Rasa to talk on monitoring with that. I still remember 8 years back when, 6 years back when it is in transplant among this
transplant done in
2000. So 8 years back when we were reading transplant about and he was talking about the cases, that time we were saying again which word we are talking about. So, and
afternoon all. I think we had wonderful sessions by Dr. Mukesh and Dr. Raman and then Dr. Chintan. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I thank Dr. Raman, Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Manshu, and also I am happy with seeing my favorite faces, Dr. Prakash and Dr. Kamlesh also. Okay, so if you look at the recent data from the ELSO, there are around 500 ELSO registered ECMO centers are there. And so far more than 2 lakh ECMOs have been registered in the ELSO registry. Of course, there are a lot of ECMOs done which were not registered in the ELSO society or ELSO registry also. And in the last 1 decade, the results also have become better. More than 50% success rate for the ECMO. So in the next 15-20 minutes, I will be speaking briefly about the various hemodynamic monitoring methods during the ECMO. Now the physiology of ECMO is complex. There will be various measurements like CVT, pulmonary artery pressure, pulmonary capillary pressure, cardiac output. They are all context dependent and also they are complex. So proper interpretation of these data is very important for correct management of the patient. Any misinterpretation will result in wrong management decisions. So my objectives are simple. One is what are the differences between VA and VV ECMO as far as the hemodynamics are concerned. And regarding VA ECMO, what is the effect of ECMO on RV function? What is the effect of ECMO on LV function? And the 3 dimensions of hemodynamic monitoring, that is the monitoring the perfusion, monitoring the flow, and also monitoring the basic cardiac function or cardiac output. And of course, few words about the meaning of VA, what are the criteria, hemodynamic criteria used for meaning of ECMO, and something about the veno-venous ECMO, and some of the must-know facts at the end of the session. So, in VV ECMO, basically it is for providing respiratory support. Not much changes in the hemodynamics because the blood is fully oxygenated. It is outside the body, but the circulation is maintained by the heart. However, VV ECMO can affect the ventricular function. I will talk about it later. So, it is important to monitor the hemodynamics during VV ECMO also. And VV ECMO, of course, it provides the circulatory support. So, obviously, it has got definite effect on the hemodynamics. And monitoring is more complicated and because of the altered circulation. So, coming to the peripheral VA ECMO, there is pulsatile antiplatelet. The heart is being ejected with peripheral ECMO, and there is a retrograde continuous flow, usually from the femoral artery, and there is a dynamic fixing flow. Now, because of the external circulation, it disrupts the normal physiological circulation. So, there will be ventricular arterial decoupling, so it may impact the cardiac function. Now, what is the effect of veno-arterial on the RV function? If you look at the pressure volume rules, so this is the right ventricular pressure volume rule in cardiology short. Once you start the patient on VA, the RV volume reduces and RV pressure also reduces, but the stroke volume also reduces. gives rest to the right ventricle. What about the left ventricle? This is a black one, is a very short situation. This is the pressure on the ventricle. One simplification of it, the left ventricular electrical volume increases. That means the workload on the LV is increased. The pressure also increases. So outflow on the LV also increases. So ECMO, VA ECMO definitely is not good for the LV. It may take care of the circulation of the heart, but it is good for the right ventricle. It is actually not very good for the left ventricle, especially if there is a severe LV dysfunction, because LV cannot eject, so there will be a LV distension which actually causes more harm. Now coming to the hemodynamic monitoring during the VA, so basically we look at the flow. Flow is the cardiac output and the flow in the ECMO cycle. Then you look at the cardiac function as such, and you have to look at the perfusion also. So this case study actually describes about the hemodynamic monitoring. So everything is explained in this. One is you have to look at the microcirculation. Whenever there is a low cardiac output, you will have impact of microcirculation. You can monitor using the sublingual capillary microcirculation monitor. We had one because it was time to detect the assess the then you can use the pulmonary catheter to measure the various parameters. We will talk about the drawback of all these parameters on the ECMO. And of course, we will then look at the arterial waveform. Usually with VA, you can have a flat line. If there is a, especially if there is a ventricular dysfunction. And of course, echo is important. Clinical assessment of the patient also is important. Now coming to the perfusion monitor. How will you monitor the perfusion during the monitoring? One is clinical assessment. Some patients may become closed. That means you have to look for the cerebral perfusion. Cerebral perfusion may not be good. So the patients can become drowsy. So there is a role for cerebral oxygen. Chintan actually was talking about. So one is rheological monitor. Then you have to look at the skin temperature. Whenever there is impaired microcirculation, they can have to hold on the skin. So it is important to look at it. And also mounting score. If there is an impaired microcirculation, you can have increased mounting score. I'll explain it later. And also capillary leaking time. Usually it is less than 3 seconds. If it is increased, that means your microcirculation is not good enough. And monitoring the heart rate, monitoring the extreme saturation, and regional maximum saturation. So, there is any impaired microcirculation, you have to look at the mounting. Usually, the size of the mounting is important. You can have 1 to 5 score. If the area is small, you give a mounting score of 1. If it is increased to 5. This is important because of the prognosis. If they have high mounting score, the prognosis is poor. And serum lactate, of course, is a very good measure in monitoring criteria for monitoring the perfusion. Usually, if the perfusion is impaired, there will be anaerobic lipolysis producing these lactates. So, if there is raising lactate, that means there is a loss. But lactates can also increase by catecholamines. Usually they do on adrenaline, so you can raise the lactate. If there is hepatic dysfunction, again they can have raised lactates. not be cleared fast. Even in spite of maintaining a good perfusion pressure, narcotics will take longer time because you have not restored the microcirculation. Coming to the extravenous oxygen saturation, it correlates well with the central oxygen saturation also. So idea is to maintain the venous saturation above 20% so that you are supplying enough oxygen so that you balance the consumption. Now, how do you monitor the extravenous oxygen saturation? If you have a PA catheter, of course, you can take a sample or you can continuously monitor. If not, the CVP saturation cannot give the central venous oxygen saturation, especially if it is close to the your drainage canal or drainage canal of the So you monitor the pre-membrane oxygen saturation. The oxygenator in the echo circuit, you take out the venous blood, that roughly gives the your central venous oxygen saturation. Now, RS for monitoring, as I said earlier, neurological complications can happen on VA ECMO. There may be thrombosis, there may be hemorrhage. Sometimes you can have Knox-Out syndrome or Harlequin syndrome. So it is very important to monitor any kind of cerebral hypoxia, especially if the patient is sedated. You do not know whether the patient is becoming drowsy or not. So in such situations, monitoring the cerebral oxygen helps. And also, sometimes there may be ischemia, especially on the side of the femoral arterial cannulation for the femoral artery. That again can be monitored using the RSO. The next thing is to monitor the blood flow. So usually when you scoop the ECMO, how much ECMO blood flow you give? Usually 70% of the cardiac output. So that the mean arterial pressure is maintained above 60 mm/Hg. Now this flow depends upon various factors, cannula size, cannula length, and the preload, afterload, and also pump RPM. So in general, you can increase or reduce the ECMO flow by increasing the RPM or reducing the RPM. Suppose if there is a severe pulmonary dysfunction, probably you need more ECMO flow so that the mean arterial pressure is maintained. But if the native cardiac function is good, probably you can keep it lesser ECMO flow. Now, ECMO flow also can affect the disturb. Suppose you put the patient on VA ECMO, there is a disturb gamma also. But if you keep the ECMO flow 2 liter or 1.5 liter, then the disturb supply also may be less. So you have to closely monitor the disturb flow also whenever you are changing ECMO. The next thing is the cardiac output. So how will you monitor the cardiac output in a patient who is on VA? One method is arterial pulse pressure wave analysis, which is done in other patients, which is not suitable for patients on VA because you may not have a good pulse. The area under the curve will not correlate with the cardiac output. So that is they cannot be used. Then coming to the fixed method, fixed principle. Now, usually fixed principle depends upon the oxygen consumption, and you can look at the saturation difference between the arterial bed and the fixed. But here, oxygenation happens outside the body, so you cannot use fixed principle for measuring the cardiac output. Then thermodynamics. So when you inject the cold saline into the RA, so that part of the blood is sucked by the drainage canal. So the cardiac output measurement by thermodynamics technique again will not go for the VA. However, when you are weaning the VA, the drain, you are giving hardly only the flow. Probably that time this becomes more accurate, especially with the CCO. You can have a fairly good CCO and cardiac output. So the gold standard is so that the perfusion is maintained. Again, microcirculation is very important you need to monitor. By improving the macrocirculation, you can actually increase the improve the microcirculation also. But sometimes you will be able to improve the macrocirculation by increasing the blood pressure, cardiac output, everything. But microcirculation will not improve. That means it is a bad indicator and the outcome will be poor. So how do you monitor the microcirculation? You can have a particular microcirculation monitor. Usually, it's not many centers are using that. So if there is a incoherence between the micro and microcirculation, that means the diagnosis. Now, how will you assess the cardiac function? Looking at the rhythm, pulsatility. Now, this is important. If you look at the arterial waveform, you have a pulsatile flow that indicates the negative early contractility is good. If it is getting better, that means early contractility is good. So if the pulse pressure is 30 plus, that means we may be able to wean off the arrhythmia. And of course, cardiac biomarkers like log D and pro-NT2 and NT-proBNP, they are useful for prognostication. ECHO, very useful for assessing the cardiac function, various dimensions, and also coronary artery catheter. It has got some drawbacks, but it is useful. So ECHO, I think Maman has spoken in detail. So basically, we get cardiac signals sizes. Every distance you can on the PA, can be afterwards. So monitor it using ECHO. You can monitor the delivery of every function, every function. One important thing to monitor is the aortic valve opening. So on VA, usually the aortic valve opening is much slower. It takes longer time because of the high load. If it is too high, aortic valve may not open at all. That means that time it starts getting distended and patient may not be open at all because it causes more damage. And cardiac output can measure with the reflex especially while reading out the other important thing is to look at the lateral annual streak systolic So you can have North-South syndrome or Hamilton syndrome. So we usually monitor the RSO or cerebral osmolality. And again, sometimes there may be ischemia because of the femoral arterial contamination. We could take a superficial camera also, but that doesn't ensure full digital perfection. So we have to using usually we will compare with other liquids. Now, fluid responsiveness. Usually, in any other situation, you look at this stroke volume variation or pulse pressure variation, but this cannot be used in VA. And because usually both are in protective medication. So, intrathoracic pressure may not have pulse pressure variation. Sometimes we measure the IVC size. Once you put the patient on VA, IVC size also you may not be able to monitor. It's not reliable. So only way is passive leg bracing test that can be used, but again because of the peripheral cannulation, you may not be able to use that test. So now there is a study going on where they will use the Trendelenburg test to look at the fluid responsiveness. It is always better not to give more fluids because it can have more, the mortality is higher, complication is lower. Coming to the weaning from VA, so you have supported the patient with VA and there is myocardial recovery. Can you take off it? That is a very challenging question when you support a patient on VA. So what are the criteria to look for? One is pulse pressure. The ventricle is recovering, the pulse pressure starts increasing. So before considering weaning, the pulse pressure has to be at least 30 mm. The pulse pressure is 40 or 50. We know that we can successfully remove. Second, you have to do the echo. So VEF more than 55%. Again, you can look at weaning VA more. Or you have to do VA across the LVO. So if it is more than 10 cm, again, you may be successful. Usually you will be successful when weaning of the echo. Then you can do lateral, right lateral, peak systolic velocity using the spectral is very hard. CVT is not reliable. You can look at the RVD. So it can be monitored using the PA. And cardiac output, again, the cardiac output by of this contribution will not be correct. So that will go by cardiac output. So to summarize, there are some facts we have to remember in the patient is on PA. One thing is monitoring the perfusion is very important. Otherwise, if you don't have good perfusion but maintain the patient on VA for good pressure, the patient will not do well. Second thing is there is a continuous venous drainage, so the RV pressure is reduced, RV size is reduced, CVT is reduced, so it helps the RV, not the MV. The second thing is the pulse pressure is getting better, that means MV is recovered. Whenever you are monitoring the heart line, and the patient is on VA, good for versatility. And you always titrate the ECMO flow. You need to good ECMO flow so that the perfusion is good. At the same time, increasing the VA ECMO flow can reduce can increase the area of flow. So keep the VA ECMO flow as minimum as possible. Always look at both micro and macro circulation. If there is any incoherence, that means the prognosis is bad. Echo, of course, is the most reliable method for monitoring the cardiac function and performance. And when you are reading the it is indicated by improved recovery, better perfusion, and also better recovery of the cardiac function. Whenever a patient is on peripheral VA ECMO, there can be north-south syndrome. So always should be considered in mind. If there is Harlequin syndrome, it is usually we will convert VA ECMO into VAB. That means the oxygenated blood is partly given to AJV also by inserting one more cannula. And of course, you have to get the superficial cannula, and we should be watching the study also. Elbow distension is the most dreaded complication when the patient is on peripheral VA. So always look for elbow distension. You can look at the ECWP or look at the pulsatility on the artery. Coming to the VV echo, always look at the CV catheter tip, whether it's near the drainage or return catheter, because it can be down. And they can't measure the cardiac output by thermodilation or VA echo. The VV echo actually reduces the RV flow, RV function gets better. But RV function can worsen if there is deteriorating pulmonary exposure. So thank you. And any questions? So I will happy to answer.
Can we put ILP along with ECMO, particularly cases of coronary artery disease, so that ILP afterward will be reduced if we put ILP along with ECMO in VA, particularly?
I think a very good question and most relevant. Why? Because whenever there is LV dysfunction, before putting VA ECMO, we try to put the patient on ILP. And yes, sometimes we will take care of the circulatory function because it reduces the area of flow and the perfusion becomes better. So we need not put on VA. But sometimes the cardiac function deteriorates, so we have to put VA. So in that situation, we put VA conservatively. Continue with the ILP because while weaning off the ECMO, ILP is used. So we don't take away ILP. So when the
will we continue with IABP during ECMO also?
We must have had about 25 such cases in these years. IABP, like question like yes sir, yes IABP, then switch over to the ECMO. The only problem we face is bleeding issues, like thrombocytopenia from ECMO and IABP, both is worsening actually. Second thing is IABP, put IABP in 3 to 4 days, 2 days and then replace the ECMO. So by the way, if you start needing the ECMO, the IABP is already 10 days or 12 days. So
But we are continuing till 15, 16 days.
yeah, so there is, then these are counting and then all the related complications are what we have found. So the advantage is as he said, reducing the afterload actually, and then this step. What we have another problem we are facing that, like after that if we are planning for the surgery, if you see the wall is already been closed because it is a peripheral area, along with the nucleus IABP. So it is a IABP jet, this thing is totally very close. When you look at the T, the aortic wall is just totally closed and there are like stagnation of the blood volume.
Actually improves. Aortic opening is improved by because of we have seen it in the
weight support the body. You are facing IABP and ECMO flow and you are keeping the ECMO flow less than 2 liters or the RPM is less than 3000, then only this IABP is able to. If you are keeping the very high flow and then lower and above you are just inflating it, the IABP can increase more afterwards.
Actually, just like next right there also we had a patient with severe heart failure during COVID time. So he was waiting for a heart transplant, but his condition became. So we put him on IABP. Now 1 week over, 2 week over, so we try to so we love to remove it. But then again his condition became. So put back on IABP. This time we continued IABP for 9 months because we didn't get cut for 9 months. We changed from February to accelerated. So February. So 9 months IABP tolerated and we had it and done went forward. So IABP can be used for longer months. And this is not first time we have kept. Usually 2 to 3 months we have kept without any problem. Now one is platelet dysfunction. It's a very important thing. But what happens, what we have observed is, when you put the patient on IABP, the platelet counts keeps dropping. 1 week it drops, then it starts. So it is in the first 14 days, you will be worried about the platelet dysfunction. It keeps coming, but it will stabilize and it starts improving. So it is not a major dysfunction. So, but if you think you are going for a lab, you are not looking at the myocardial recovery, then it is better to take off the IABP. Because in Europe, there is no special advantage of having the IABP. This is for any of the ECMO or you are partially.
In 1 or 2 patients with peripheral VAO, we have used IABP after initiating ECMO for decompressing of the epic.
When there is a partial
Actually, that happens. Mostly what happens, we put IABP first, and then we have to put ECMO. So we don't see other way. First put ECMO, then IABP. It is very rare.
Very rare. I agree.
Because in a vascular context,
No, this is in different and IABP usually with the shivas.
yes, it is
That's right. If the patient is on VAO, there is a low cardiac IABP first, then
So, sir, what is your choice? Suppose peripheral VA, LV is so what is your, there are many choices to decompress the LV. So what is your choice to decompress the LV? Peripheral.
first thing what we do is therefore like we will keep a load flow and start so that as long as everybody is ejecting something, that will take care. We won't give, never give away. But in spite of that, there is a extension. We go for the in fact, we had recently one patient had a cardiac arrest inside the hospital. Then the revived again cardiac arrest. They called us. So we went there and saw severe airway solution. Don't be shifted ourselves. We know what is the cause of cardiac arrest. So we did the pulmonary angiography. So then all those things include myocarditis. That was the diagnosis. Then we saw that was reasonably okay. So we didn't want to continue it for a longer time. So we put the impeller. With that, the function okay, but we removed the expeller. So continued the impeller for 10 days. Then the every recovery. Then we took off the. So impeller is one. But then we should remove first for equal. First is ECMO plus impeller. Impeller for some patient. If the RV function is too big, ECMO will because oxygenation is the one which gives problem rather than
while making the ECMO, what are the parameters you will look after? Because impeller is supporting the LV.
Yeah.
So then how do we take a call to be enough ECMO whether this after removing this ECMO this impeller and call
yeah. See, when you are running both ECMO and impeller, the RV function is poor. If you reduce the ECMO flow, then we will hardly getting blood to pump. So RV function has to recover before weaning up the ECMO. So if the RV function is good, you can wean off the ECMO. You can clamp and see the impeller flow is good. Most of the time it is like Albert type of yeah, exactly.
Except that or read the article about sweat scan. Study of sweat scan.
Usually, yeah, usually put the take at but most of them is myocarditis. The PVR is low. So if the EPG is low, just avoid it because it's like a quantum. You don't need only if the PVR is high, then you need myos. Otherwise, most of the cases you cannot. So impeller is one. But if it is for a transplant or MRI, we make some small we wait.
So you generally not put ILP just for decompress there.
The points we have attempted, let's say the interceptors.
That is other means.
That's what we did.
the femoral flow we can decrease. Actually, we can decrease flow. We can control.
Basically, what you are training from user side, you are going only ultimately with the afterload.
Sir, in this we can decrease the preload. When we are taking the blood from the IJ, sometimes what generally
is the flow, then again the main question will go down.
yes, generally what happens when we put this peripheral VA, ideally now what is the safe VA, depending upon the LV, if we want to do good support, full support, almost like 70-80% of cardiac output support, the femoral guide cannula should be double stage almost in future to the either RA or up to the XTC. So we can take a more venous return into the ECMO and it will go to the hemodynamic cannula. And we can do 70-80% of cardiac output. Sometimes with this single cannula, if it is not training well, then a lot of preload will go to the LV. So in that condition, we can either we can relate as a cannula, we can do one more cannula.
When you are getting or when you are not very sure, then only you can use the additional cannula to train.
That's right.
Like you are churning or you are not
Training
then only it is correct. When you don't have adequate preload to send it, then only you can use the other way. Otherwise, whatever you are doing,
So the thing is to convert petrol to be
is the best thing.
There are some pigtail catheter passing and inserting through the subclavian artery into the LV. It's also there are so many things, but the gold standard is one is converting to something like LV. Those are all different. Many other things you can plot and ultimately
All intraoperative after coming from bypass and holding well, then it's still a second. But these are the case when you have emergency like coming here. Most of the times we have just push every days. We wait for 2 days. Even is dropping, we will be here. So that advantage is that the VSR is there. So every will unload immediately. So when pediatric cardiac anesthesia. So he is very cool and calm, quiet, but very intelligent, very knowledgeable. I have been knowing him since more than a decade. He is holding a big fort in the Kapilavain hospital, and they are doing a lot, many complex cases, and he's working with one of the best, finest pediatric cardiac surgeon of our country, Dr. Suresh Rao. So naturally, working with him for more than decades, I think we can understand what level of pediatric cardiac anesthesia. I think we have invited him a couple of times before also when I had. So thank you for coming right away from Mumbai, and thank you to you for these in pediatric cardiac anesthesia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Naman, sir, Mr. and team, even Mehta, for inviting me. Thank you for the introduction. And it is benefiting me also. Whenever I come in, I feel like a home. And thank you, Suresh sir, on Chintan, very good lecture, and Naman sir's lecture. I enjoyed it a lot. Now coming to the last part of presentation, which is needs. I try to kind of make it more concise because almost we are hearing lot many hemodynamics, and then our brain circulation and oxygen level also is coming down. If you measure now, I think most of us are will be very low, and we require some intervention of kind of. So I coming from a city now, last almost 17 years I am in the city. It is invisibly demarcated into two parts of a kind of population staying there. One is daily struggling, unable to earn money to even complete their 2 times, 3 times food. And there is other aspect of city which is very rich. But this city belongs to those who are coming here and have a dreams here and fulfill their dreams. So, myself, Dr. Kamlesh Pendam. And my part of my presentation will be, I'm going to cover some of the aspects of cerebral blood supply, cerebral injuries in neonate, pediatric, and some on adult. And it's very basic, and then some of my experience to share, and then we have some discussion on NRS. Dr. Chintan and Suresh sir also has mentioned very important role of NRS whenever we are dealing with any hemodynamic, either heart transplant or ECMO, which I have covered a few slides on this. But I will be talking more of a very basic of NRS. So yes, I think most of us know that it's very important organ, and 20% of our blood supply goes to the brain, either oxygen and the supply. And in neonatal phase, it even increases 30 to 40% because of great circumference, and the size of the brain is high, better than compared to other body organ. That is why it is most important to know what is happening with these circulations. So cerebral perfusion pressure and cerebral blood flow both are not similar, as we are seeing SVR and blood pressure is not same, or PVR and pulmonary artery pressure is not same. So the brain having a certain autoregulatory system which is working between 50 to 150 in adult and pediatric. It is slightly a smaller range. Between this range, brain try to maintain the blood flow adequately because it has to be one of the important body organ. And both the other side, if the blood pressure is increasing, the cerebral blood flow will decrease by causing the cerebral vasoconstriction. And the other side of the story is if the blood pressure is coming down, the cerebral autoregulation mechanism makes sure that the cerebral vasodilation happens and the blood flow increases and the supply maintains. So this is how it happens. The brain blood flow also depends on 3 things: mean arterial pressure, which we already discussed, PaO2 and PaCO2. The most sensitive out of the 3 things is PaCO2 because it is very sensitive and it affects the cerebral blood flow significantly. We all know that this is whenever we are working in a cardiac surgery and cardiac anesthesia, it is very important organ apart from heart, because whenever we are worried about the blood pressure and everything, it directly involves that the brain is perfused well or not, and then the other body organs we will think. So that is why we have to have certain things which will monitor how the blood circulation or brain circulation is working. One of the studies which has been quoted in adult cardiac surgery about the brain injuries, this is a paper is something around 15 years back, but it says that there is a major source of cases morbidity and mortality associated with brain injuries. It causes prolonged hospitalization, excessive mortalities, increase the hospital cost and alter quality of life. And this is the very landmark paper from New England Journal of Medicines. It also says more than 2,000 patients have been involved in this, and they have counted almost 6% of major adverse cerebral outcome divided into two parts. Type 1 neurological outcome, which is 3%, and type 2 another 3%, and they have significant morbidity and mortality in this group. And that is why they have concluded that even in the increasing age, the incidence of cerebral damage is increasing. And that is why what they concluded is adverse perioperative cerebral outcome is common and serious. It is within this subset there is a higher mortality of around 5 to 10 times, 2 to 4 times higher ICU stay and hospital stay, 3 to 6 times prolonged ICU care, and it is required to develop some kind of a therapeutic and diagnostic tools to understand why this is happening and how this is happening, and then when we can preventively treat this. Same way with the neonatal brain. The neonatal brain, it is a pre-myelinator matter. It is much more susceptible compared to adult of any acute insult. Periventricular leukomalacia, which is called as PVL, is a common pathway of injury in the neonatal brain. And the most important happening is hypotension and hypoxemia, and especially diastolic blood pressure is affecting much more causing much more cerebral injury compared to systolic blood pressure. So one of the studies we have quoted is a study from Jim Barnowski, and it is quoted that new intraparenchymal brain injuries in MRIC, whenever there is any neonate going into cardiopulmonary bypass, between 36% to 73%. So we can consider 1/3 to 2/3 of the patients may have a cerebral injury while they are going for a normal cardiopulmonary bypass. And the same way, around 20 to 70% of incidence of long-term problem also. We are seeing the short-term problem. The same problem is even long-term also. And the other study is also suggesting 25% of the children having cardiac surgery having a low IQ. And the other study which suggests 50% of these patients having gross motor neurological deficit, which is, and 40% having fine motor. So all these studies, what ultimately concludes, saying that there is a significant brain injury is happening whenever we are dealing with cardiac surgery, either it is adult patients, pediatric patients, or neonatal patients. And then the type of injury depends on either it is which organ is involved, either it is brain, spinal cord, or peripheral nerves. The extent of injury divided into the global or focal, and the etiology is, as we have already discussed about, hypotension, hemorrhage, ischemic, infarct, embolism. And then common mechanism of this cerebral injury will be, initially it will be injury, then causes ischemia, then causes reperfusion, cell damage, and then cell death happening. So these are kind of many aspects of how the CNS injury, when we are dealing with any of the cardiac disease, either it is perfusion related, either it is drug related, either it is low cardiac output, perioperative, hematocrit, if it is too low, blood sugar is too low, SIRS, intracranial DSCA, co-laterals, and fluid pressures. So these are various mode of injuries when the affect the CNS. When we are discussing about the injury, is there any tool which where we can monitor something? And this was the debate and discussion which was somebody has came with 5-6 years back to me, and they were telling about there is a monitor which is monitoring cerebral oxygen kind of parameters. And I said, I think this is what we want, because we are otherwise not monitoring anything about the brain. Other method which was there, which is very invasive and it was not continuous. So I am talking about NIRS is where we are having continuous monitoring available with us, and something what is happening to the brain we can easily know by seeing the monitor, and it is non-invasive also. So I think this what we are seeing is, when we are seeing oxygen, when we are putting pulse oximeter, we are seeing supply of the oxygen. When we are putting NIRS to any of the tissue, we are seeing how much is the reserve is there. Or this is it measures difference between oxygen and deoxygenator, and that is why which we can call is venous kind of saturations, or we can call is a reserve of that organ. So if I am putting NIRS on it says this much reserve is pending. So if it is around 60 to 70%, that means that 30% is been utilized and 70% is remaining, which is venous or capillary saturation, which we are monitoring here. So this is how the cerebral or somatic oximetry works. It is a regional, number one. It is non-invasive, as I mentioned. It can be used either of any of the tissues. Predominantly we have started using with the cerebral, but as sir has mentioned, can be used whenever there is any of the tissues. Many of the cases we are using on renal also. So like when we are putting on ECMO, it can be used as a tissue perfusion in the limb part also. So it has various wavelengths available with them. The company called, I think Edward is having 5 wavelengths, which we are having is 4 wavelengths. What they are saying that with the addition of wavelength, they are reducing the artifacts, they are reducing the melanin and other factor which is interfering with the reading of NRS value, and that is why this is better version than compared to the previous older one which was having 4 wavelengths. Whenever we are putting NRS, it forms as deeper curve and superficial curve, and then it penetrates around 2.5 centimeter of the brain tissue, and it monitors the saturation around that brain tissue. So it is actually a focal saturation, but we can, if you are putting bifrontal, we can see that there is a both the kind of some of the area of the brain we are monitoring the saturation. So this is how it is been monitored. And this is the, as I mentioned, it can be put any of the other area also. It can be put on any of the bifrontal or unifrontal. It can be put on the flank side, or it can be put on any other area where we want to monitor the NRS. And this new monitor, what we have mentioned that it is algorithm based, so no need to be calibrated by putting anywhere else. It is the monitor which will say that it will kind of detected, and then it will give a reading accordingly. So as I mentioned, it is a regional oxygen balance. It suggests this much reserve is been remain with that. So that is most important rather than only measuring the supply. When we are putting a pulse oximeter, when we are monitoring, it is only a supply which is monitoring. So some of the paper it is mentioned that it can be whether taken as a mixed venous oxygen saturation, because when we are monitoring mixed venous oxygen saturation, it suggests that this much reserve is remaining when the cardiac output is delivered to the XYZ tissue. So there are paper regarding this also, and then it is roughly kind of accurate, not very accurate, but yes, it can be used as a surrogate markers. So NRS, it has a broad spectrum wavelength. The light penetration is better. The algorithm is better with this monitor, and it designed regarding with the various patients and various algorithms. Coming to how to use it. So ideally it has to be used bifrontal, but because of its cost, many of the units are using in one of the frontal area. That depends. We are using on the right side, but if somebody is putting on the left side, that is also okay. There has to be baseline to be connected before you kind of compare it. It is always start with before induction one should use it. It is much more important when we are dealing with the pediatric cardiac, when we are having congenital heart disease, and there will be left to right shunt and right to left shunt, and then it varies. Starting saturation of cardiology is something around 60%. You may have a very low baseline to start with. Then you, before going bypass, you have to compare with that baseline. When this monitor came and then we started using 5 years back, I was having a lot of query, and then I think most of us will have that query, that whenever we are using in a normal adult patient, when there is no intracardiac defect, it is fine. When we are taking baseline, it will be 60-70% considered as a baseline normal value, and throughout the surgery we compare it with the baseline. But when we are putting with the cyanotic congenital heart disease, suppose we are taking a TGA which is saturating around 60%. When we are putting this NRS, obviously the saturation is low. This value also will come low. So as soon as we correct the defect after surgery, what will be the baseline? Either the before induction, or we can consider the routine baseline also normal kid, which was still debatable. There are certain paper that say that it can be taken as a normal kit. You cannot take a baseline what you started with, because you started with a cyanotic congenital heart disease. Now you corrected to the normal heart. So that aspect also has been studied. But rather than confusing all of you, I think baseline is important. And then if you are correcting full lesion, then consider as a normal kid, and then consider post repair as a normal kid. Like 60 is a normal after correction. But when you are putting on a TG or cyanotic congenital heart disease, it will be very low to start. And then I think what Dr. Chintan also has mentioned is the trend is important. How much fluctuation from the baseline is important. If it is 20% or 25% below the baseline, some has to start working why it is low. And how much time it remain below the baseline, and how much time remain, that will predict the postoperative neurological outcome also. So this is how it looks like whenever putting on a bifrontal, and this is TQST. Sometimes it is called as regional oximetry or test oximetry. So if you are putting a bifrontal, it will be showing some value like something around 70. So this is the algorithm one has to follow whenever we are dealing with the cerebral desaturation, or oximetries when you are putting on a NIRS and cerebral, one of the frontal area, and if it is low, 10%, here it is mentioned around 10%, but we are still considering around 20%. One has to, if a patient is on a bypass, then one has to see about the cannulations, if cannula is properly placed or not. If cannula is properly placed and everything is okay, and not on bypass, then start with mean arterial pressures. If that is okay, if you are not, if I am having hypotension, you start working on that and correct it. Either it is preload related or some of the inotropies required or not. If it is normal, then see about the saturation. Rule out all the lung related problems, then if needed, you increase the effort. If everything is okay with this kind, then check about the PSO2. As I mentioned, that PSO2 is one of the very sensitive parameters which affect the cerebral blood flow. So if it is very low PSO2, obviously that cerebral vasoconstriction is happening, and that is why NIRS value is low. So optimize PSO2 to around 40 is okay. And then if it is that is also okay, then think about that oxygen supply is low because of hemoglobin is low. So if it is low, really low, then I think you have to optimize that hematocrit. That is also okay. Then think about cardiac output is not optimal. So think about working on inotropes or melignon or something to optimize the cardiac output. If that is okay, then think about cerebral consumption is high, and that is why whatever the supply you are giving to the brain, but utilization is high, that is why it is reduced, and then you start rating either it is conversion or hyperthermia and everything. And that is okay. Then think about cerebral edema causing low NIRS value. So this algorithm has been published, and I think it is available most of the places. So one has to follow this. Coming to the use of NIRS in congenital heart disease, it is many people suggesting that it has to be used whenever somebody is performing pediatric cardiac surgery. It is now recommended, and I think most of the studies say that it is widely accepted. Even in many of the countries who put a guideline that it has to be used for the pediatric cardiac surgery and most of the adult surgery also. This is a wall journal, and that they have mentioned about CPP strategy. And here also, when we are doing something about DSCA, or when we are performing antegrade cerebral perfusion, it has to be guided with the NIRS, because one has to guide something that we can adjust the flow is adequate or not. Otherwise, previously we just give a flow and think that is working well. There is no parameter to check it is working. This is another paper which is very recent, and it also mentioned that there are many places NIRS will use. And this is from Boston Children's Hospital, and they have the same algorithm, but they have divided into the 3 parts to try to make it little different and kind of make it much simpler. So they divide into evaluate the cerebral supply or DO2 and evaluate the CMRO. So if supply is from
they have put it in some other way. So what is my experience? When we started, we are using in very specific cases, but nowadays we are using in all the cases. Especially when we are performing neonatal complex vaginitis, we are performing hypoblast, we are using it. We are performing whenever the interrupted aortic arch, we are dealing with selective perfusion of one of the neck vessels, we are using it. Especially when we are caught and then we are partially clamping the aorta, we have to use it. TAPC most of the time we are putting, if less than 3 kg, we are going on DSCA. So we are using NRS. TG also we have to use because we can know that perfusion is proper or not, and shunt surgery. So I think most of the cases now we gradually start using it and then we understand that the utility gradually increases. These are the few things where we have used and we found the problem and then we correct it. So this is one place where we put innovative cannula which was not okay because the drop of NRS was significant. We position the cannula and then NRS value gradually comes up. For the pediatric age group, cyanotic obviously we have to use a tautology with multiple Mehtas because you are putting on a pump, there will be a lot of steel from the because of a Mehta and then you are compromising the cerebral blood flow. One has to use this to see that there is no adequate blood flow going to the brain or not. Gland surgery when we are putting, because sometimes surgeon is clamping, just putting hypothermia, clamping SVC or putting SVC cannula which is not draining well, increasing the CUP gradually reduce the cerebral blood flow, which will I think easily picked up if I using it. And redo surgery is also very important to use it, because when we are performing one redo surgery, suddenly one of the a small nick was there in aorta and then look at this NRS well. It was very obvious, but when we are seeing it, it is important how much it was going down and when it has come up. Then we can prognosticate the patient or we can take extra care in the ICU to prevent all the CNS related injuries. So we have started using in most of the cases, so as a unit policy we are using MUF in all the cases. And MUF when we are using, we are taking blood from the aorta and giving back to the venous side. So when we are dealing with 3 or 4 kg kid and even a small amount of blood being taken from the aorta, we were thinking before using NRS that are we adequately removing the blood or we are removing the blood and compromising the CNS blood flow. So we are using it and then we found that whenever we are starting MUF, we are usually giving 10 to 15 minutes of MUF. At the starting of MUF, NRS value will remain slightly on low. Initial first or 2-3 minutes, it start going down and gradually start increasing. And last 2 minutes, the MUF value will be the most highest value which we are seeing even after coming off. So this is what our kind of observation when we are doing MUF, and I think it has to be used because we know that sometimes there will be airborne going from the venous side, crossing the central and then going to the cerebral circulation. Use of we are using a lot of DSCA when we are less than 3 kg. Our surgeon prefer to go on TCA rather than doing bilateral cannulation. So as a unit policy, we are not putting single TCA. We are giving intermittent perfusion. Before NRS, we were just clamping and assuming that 15 minutes it's a safe time. It is not been written anywhere. There is no safe time for DSCA. Problem can happen even with the 5 minutes of DSCA also. So by using this, what has happened is we can see that there is multiple dips, and then we can think that okay, now around 30-35 NRS value we have to reperfuse again, and then let the NRS value come what it was previously, and then again start again put on DSCA and start performing the surgery. So we are using this by seeing the NRS value and seeing that how much the time we should use DSCA and reperfuse again. So this is also another reason that using DSC. I have searched the literature, what is the safe time, what is the cutoff when we start reperfusion. There is no literature on this. But they are saying yes, it can be used in DSCA and then it can guide how much, what will be the safe time for the DSCA. But there is no clear-cut guidelines even in literature for that.
had unfortunately pump failure and there was a significant drop in NRS value. These are the chart when I am putting on the screen. It shows that it was very obvious that this will come down, but this is confirmatory sign that this machine is working well. So we have to take it in a very seriously when something is not happening and then there is a drop in NRS value has to be taken seriously and take appropriate actions. And then what Dr. Chintan has mentioned and Sir also has mentioned, this is my personal thinking also that NRS cannot be taken as a just oxygen saturation and thinking about the value. It is very sensitive about preload. It is very sensitive about indirect monitoring of cardiac output. Pediatric cardiac, we don't have many options available to monitor the cardiac output. But this is very sensitive and I have seen many times, even arrhythmias, the NRS value start falling. Even the preload slightly comes down, NRS value start falling. Even in a shunt surgery, the shunt flow comes down, NRS value start falling. So I think rather than just seeing NRS value is just the cerebral blood flow we are monitoring, no, we can consider it as a cardiac output monitor and can be utilized in a better way and optimize and kind of take action earlier rather than just having some other problems. So this is what I think I have seen about NRS, that it can be used as a cardiac output monitor. And there are some reports also says that yes, it can be used. It is very well associated with fall in blood pressure and intravenous oxygen. So both the way it can be used. It is good thing is it is non-invasive. So it has been whenever whichever place you want to put, you can put and take a values. So this is what we have used in one of our ECMO patients. This is a reported case where we put hypoblast status post normal 1 on ECMO and we kept the shunt open. We were worried about that when keeping the shunt open on ECMO was there, we are stealing the blood and giving directly if the blood is going to the pulmonary circuits and then CNS is going to have kind of problem or not. So in this case, we use NRS to see that there is adequate flow going to the blood also and there is no much stealing happening at the shunt level. And fortunately, we have gradually weaned off the ECMO and the patient went well. So it can be used as Sir has mentioned, on ECMO also. Nowadays, we are putting NRS in all the ECMO patients because it is very important tool to see about CNS function. Any drop, either it is because of cerebral edema or sometimes in a smaller kit, we are keeping a higher ASCT. This kit might have a blade in one of the sides. So I think it is very easy to monitor the CNS status when we are on ECMO also. So it can be used during ECMO. Coming to the last part, cost factor. So I think it is costly, there is no doubt. But we have to think about patient's outcome, utilization and then safety. So if we are considering all these things, yes, we can spend something on this and we will have a better outcome with proper monitoring. So concluding, the brain injury is common and serious. It is complex mechanism wise and diagnostic and preventive measures is much more important than just think about when it has happened. I think NRS will give a better tool to monitor something and it will probably reduce CNS injury. It is still not documented very well correlation that NRS fall in NRS value and incidence of CNS event. But what I feel is because this kind of specialties kind of advanced so much that overall CNS incidence has come down. So that is why we are unable to notify even in slight drop of NRS value will not have a major CNS problem. So that is why we have not much correlation. But yes, definitely it will help in long-term prognosis of CNS rather than short-term problems. Thank you. So that was even I asked when they were introducing this in India. So it is very well reliable even when we are on temperature of 20 degrees. in the reading. Only problem of what I have seen is they use a cautery and there is a disturbance of a cautery. Otherwise, pulsatility is not required. Temperature is not affecting. These are the two good things which help us in kind of utilizing this much and much more. No, we have not seen. It will be like a linear, but we have not seen much fluctuation. Yes, when we are removing, like when reperfusing, it was gradually because of the DSC, it came down to around 30 to 40%. As soon as we restart reperfusing, there will be certain increase, and then it plateaued to the around 70, 75, which was normal to start with. Yes, sir. So there is certain limitations, but I have also seen sometimes that NRS value is remaining on lower side, and then whatever the maneuvers we are doing, it has not come out. I think few patients, yes, we also seen, then we accept it, and then, but at least we are checking, sir. We are checking something by observing some value. Before, otherwise we were not checking anything in absence of NRS. Yes. Positions. Oh.
Because they put everywhere and everything. So probably that's why you know. So many times sometimes. There are some instances where it is low, everything is right.
Yes, sir. No, only on frontal. So no, so what they recommend is two things. One is light. If too bright light is there, that affect the reading. And if there is a hair is there, then sometimes in pediatric also we are seeing a lot of hair. In those cases, the reading will not be accurate.
Have you tried that?
This is the back side. No, we are not checking. One thing we started using a co-op. I was also feeling that we will check SCO2 and this correlation and then see how much. So we started using a co-op and arch repair in renal area also. So 2 NRS. We are seeing. So it's a good tool, but ultimately it will be a learning curve because there is still not very concrete guidelines about it, and then there is obviously many times it is just not evidence supporting. No, sir. We are using one side. We are using one side. Ideally, it has to be bifrontal. The probe cost is around 7,000, 8,000 rupees. So we are reusing also because it is not possible 2 times or maximum 3 times. now, but keep it.
I think yes, 24 hours. So you are doing more things.
The complete excellent lecture. This is really very good. And we also experienced the same thing what all you mentioned. One thing is on mock method initially this mace will go down and slowly it will rise. Any explanation?
Yes, so I was thinking about that. What is happening initially, they try to reduce a lot of water, try to increase the hematocrit. So preload might have come down to start with. Gradually the hemoglobin goes up in the last 5 minutes or more. And last 2 minutes or more, they start giving volume because they have some volume and they start giving volume. So last 5 minutes is increased hematocrit as well as preload is increased. So that is why this has this trend.
Because in our center, what happened, 1 or 2 weeks had some neurological complications and all blame has gone to mouth. So we started monitoring ACE while now and we observed their ACE is going down. So we didn't wait for after 3 minutes and once they started going down, we stopped. So then our perfusionist made some modifications and then now we are doing mock with some, he has some different modifier, but now this is not falling at all.
Okay.
And before after using the mace, in whatever the pediatric patient we have used mace, we have never found any neurologic complications. So mace is really super monitor, especially for neonates. What do you mean? Yeah, sure. Yeah. He has completely changed, he has done some changes in
So there was a question when I was attending one of the meetings, and then obviously because of cost factor, many of the hospitals are not using it. But not having it is not answer. What I feel is because now there is a tool available where we can monitor the CNS saturations. And if this is a very kind of fictitious scenario, but somebody is asking about medical legally, if the monitor, if relatives are okay to spend 7,000 rupees and the monitor is available, has to monitor and document it on a chart of expired, it will be on the better side if anything goes wrong in expired patients. So that aspect was also good when we are monitoring NRS.
PCA also is very useful and very sensitive, reliable, and useful on PCA.
Thank you.
So it was really very excellent on remaining 30 was find out students have participated, and that was the reason to call up the students for this meeting, and that is why we keep it in UN method that maximum students. And in spite of having 28 cases in a day today, very busy day, but still few of them could come. Still going. Some cases, I think. That's what they're looking at. So thank you very much. First of all, both Dr. Suresh and Dr. Kamlesh for spending a valuable time on Saturday and having with us. And we hope to see you again and again for now. Why we say the first advanced hemodynamics? Because we are planning for the second session. So within 3 months or 4 months down the line, that is only for the elevate. And that probably will keep it on the Sunday. So we want to see that all the residents and faculties can really come and participate. That will be only for elevates completely beyond. Like our plan was heart transplants and echo, and then what is next. So then we want to spend a whole day for elevate and this for cardiac anesthesiologists, cardiologists and surgeons perspective. That will be the second phase. And thank you Edwards, particularly I would never like to forget that they have really initiated this event and helping this academic partners, they really helped us in making this possible. Thank you Dr. Ramesh and entire department of cardiac anesthesia that helping. And last but not least, I did not use this, always at the top, Dr. Himanshu. And thank you very much for, because he has always been there as a center point to contact and making it possible. And I would like to invite Dr. Ramesh to have a kind of memento to Dr. Suresh, please. Thank you, Dr. Suresh, and thank you, Dr. Ramesh. I would invite Dr. Deenal, please, to hand over bouquet to Dr. Kamlesh. Here is very good idea. Request Dr. Jikisha. Where is Mukesh? Mukesh is nothing there. He's going to come back. Dr. Chintan, please. Thanks, Dr. Chintan, for a nice talk and welcome back to the Thank you. And I would request all of you to join for the dinner.